Mhm. Hello, Sonia. Hello, everyone. Great, thank you, Nita. You can hear me great. I'm really hoping technology is on our side today. I remember my last webinar when we had a little bit of a fire situation in the block. Hopefully, it's not gonna be the case today. Okay, so we're gonna be starting in 2 minutes. I recommend maybe just grabbing your chart if you've got the printed version. I believe we're going to be learning quite a lot today. I managed to create 93 slides, so I hope you won't get bored. Maybe get some water next to you, but we're going to be holding a couple of breaks here and there anyway. So I'm going to do the same. I'm just going to grab. I can't hear you at the moment, Tanya. I'm muted everyone. So that there is not going to be any noise. Okay, guys, so we're gonna be starting now. So welcome everyone for my Family Dynamics and Karmic Signature webinar. This is a great topic. I love talking about this, and one of the reasons is because sometimes there are some unexplainable feelings within us, and we might not be able to put them into place. We don't know why it is happening. And the other reason is why I like it, because in many cases you have a look at your chart, you get scared of a Saturn, but maybe Saturn is nothing to do with you. So I'm going to be showing you today how to use the derived house system when you turn them around, and then figure out who might be indicated in your chart, as well as we're going to have a look at some karmic signatures. And then at the end, I'm going to be introducing the composite chart for you, because composite chart is a very great tool to combine two charts together and seeing, for instance, what is going to happen with your partner. Now, the composite chart is not only great for romantic partnerships, but you can do that with anyone. You can do it with your family members as well. And then it can give you even more indications of what your karmic duty is towards each other. Now, composite chart, just a couple of words about it. It's getting more and more popular, and actually probably I would say within 5 years, it's going to be more popular than synastry, because in my opinion, synastry only shows you how the couple is interacting towards each other on a day-to-day basis. However, composite chart is going to be an indication of what's going to be the, how the relationship is going to go. And composite chart is extremely good to use it, for instance, for predictions as well. So I'm going to show you an example on that too. But before we start, we're going to be talking about family dynamics. I'm going to try to focus mainly on your immediate family to start with. And then we're going to extend that, and maybe we go back to a good 4th-generation. Obviously, back in the days, people didn't really take notice of what time they were born. So that's where you won't be able to have a look at their chart. But your chart is actually a great tool to track them and then see what could have happened in their lives. Now, most probably you might have got information about your grandma and your grandfather, and then if you're lucky enough, you might have got information about your great grandparents as well. And then you can see whether you can track their life in your own chart as well. The reason why I think family dynamics is hugely important is because there are repeating themes in the family. And those repeating themes, obviously, at one point, in the family lineage, kind of needs to be broken off in order for the native to be able to move on. And there are some indications in your own chart. Maybe, I give you an example, maybe sun in the 12th house could be an indication that you are here to break off that karma. And then you need to be working, in order, you need to be able to work on that in order for you to clear the karma of your ancestors, as well as your own children. Because most probably you don't want to give that family karma to your own children as well. So we're also going to be having a look at that. So, first of all, I put a note there, which I believe it's very important to start with. We are a walk in transit. Your natal horoscope is going to be a picture of the transit at the moment of your birth. And I'm sure you're aware of that. Obviously, we go through an evolutionary process, but those natal imprints, I usually call them as your natal promises, are always going to be staying with you. And imagine them like as a spring. Whenever a situation comes up, that natal position is always going to spring in. It's like a soul memory. And if we talk about what family is a living entity, the cells of an organic world. So some people say that they can remember sometimes their past life. I don't know. I have never experienced that. Some people say that they exactly know where they came from. There are different type of techniques to go back in your past life and then have a look, which I did myself, and I found it extremely fascinating. I can give you an example. Once I went for a past life regression, and I know I was pretty much obsessed with a history of 2 people, and then they appeared in my hypnosis therapy, which I was very fascinated about. And I tried to link these up, and that's when I really got into family dynamics, because I started to believe that somehow we resonate with our ancestors. Now, the purpose of a family would be to protect the young, right? And the second one most probably is to prepare the young for their own life. And if somehow this fails, you start carrying this energy over into your own life, and then sometimes you might feel that you have failed yourself in your own life. And then, you know what, even if you don't take anything away with you today, but you manage to figure out where your fears are and how they could relate to your ancestors, and you start thinking about it, or I'm going to give you a couple of maybe techniques as well, how to clear those off, then you would be able to you know, at least put some of your feelings aside. And that's the purpose of today. Now, if you have got any questions in the material, please use the Q&A session, which you can see there is a little tab there. Try not to put any questions into the chat box, because obviously you guys are going to be talking to each other and so forth, and then I might get confused and I'm not going to be able to spot your question, so it might not get answered. So use please the Q&A session, and then use the chat box maybe if I'm saying something and then you are unsure about it, and maybe someone else can give an answer on those, because I know there are some advanced students in the class as well. But I'm going to be trying to have a look at both. Probably at one point, I'm going to be maybe asking some questions, or if you wish to analyze a chart with me, then you can put your hand up, and then we will be able to talk to each other. As I usually do, every 1.5 hours, I'm going to have a 5-7 minutes break, so that we can have a loo break or a cigarette break or something like that. Okay, so I'm going to be differentiating two types of family. So think about the planets. We've got the inner planets, which are, or we also call them as personal planets. These are going to be Venus, Mercury, and Mars. Now, Mars shouldn't really be called as a personal or inner planet, because that's the first planet outside of the orbit of the sun. But we in astrology, we call it as a personal planet as well. And we've got the social planets, which are going to be Saturn and Jupiter. And then we've got the outer planets, which is going to be Uranus and Neptune. Now, oh, and Pluto as well, sorry. Now, when I differentiate the family lineage, I'm going to be differentiating Uranus and Neptune. There's going to be a Uranian type of family, and there is going to be a Neptune type of family, which might be coming from. It does not mean that you can't have both of the traits within you. Obviously, we're talking about a dad, we're talking about a mom. They are both coming from a different family type. So it could be a mixture of both in your family. However, one of them usually is a little bit more dominant. So you might be clearly a Uranian type of family if you've got Uranus in the 1st, 3rd, 7th, 9th, 10th, or 11th house. Even we can put the 4th house as well here, because obviously that's going to be the house of the family. And you might be coming from a Neptunian type of family if Neptune appears in one of these houses. Now, in case you've got both of them, we're just going to have a look which one is stronger, and then decide in that way. So Uranus and Neptune is going to be talking about your family lineage in the chart, and most probably the ones you might not have known or you might not know in your own life. And when it comes to the immediate generation, it's going to be Saturn and Jupiter. Now, why Saturn and Jupiter? The reason being is because talking about Saturn rules 2 signs, right? It's going to be Aquarius and Capricorn. So Capricorn is obviously a parental sign, because that's the general ruler or sign of the 10th house. And obviously Uranus rules, that would be the second ruler of Aquarius. So Saturn, therefore, has got also a rulership alongside with Uranus over Aquarius. So maybe if Saturn appears in one of those houses, then your immediate karma is coming from your parents or from your grandparents, the ones you know. We can call it kind of as a new karma as well. Now, thinking about Saturn, I'm sure you've heard that Saturn is the planet of karma, it's the lord of time, and so forth. So that's where the karmic interpretation also comes to. And Jupiter comes into the picture because Jupiter also rules Pisces and also rules Sagittarius. Now, Neptune would be the second ruler of Pisces. So Jupiter also an indication of your immediate generation, such as I said, grandparents or your own parents, or if you're lucky enough, it could be your great-grandparents as well. But I would say that Uranus and Neptune more to do with two generations um, and before. And Saturn and Jupiter is going to be more to do with your um, immediate generation, so your parents and grandparents. Uh, do we have any questions on that so far? So Maya mentioned that Neptune conjunct Uranus in the first, so that could be a mixture. So I want to talk about that as well, as I said, when there is they appear in somehow in both. Am I breaking off? Can you hear me, guys? I can speak louder. All good, someone says. Of course, I can speak louder. Okay, so most of you can hear me, so maybe Nahid wild. I can speak louder, no problem. I close my laptop closer. So when you have Uranus and Neptune somehow in one of those houses, it means that you are bringing karmic signatures from both of the families. However, we're gonna have to decide which planet is a little bit stronger. In that case, have a look where your Saturn and Jupiter is. If Saturn appears in one of those houses, that is gonna be amplifying the Uranian energies. And then if you've got Jupiter in one of those houses, so I'm talking about the first, the third, the fourth, the seventh, the 10th, and the 11th, then the Jupiterian energies are going to be more influenced. Now, the Uranian energy is going to be something to do with your male ancestry. The Neptune is going to be something to do with your female ancestry. So that's very important to know where you bring in your karma from. So talking about Uranian energies, if you've got a prominent Uranus in your chart, that would be an indication that the family was pretty much a masculine orientated family. So somehow the men were always in the middle of the attention. Now, what we know about men, right? Men usually goal orientated. They are usually all about achievements. They are the go-getters, they are the breadwinners. So somehow they might not be in the presence of the family because they are busy of earning bread, for instance. But Uranian energy usually is pretty much a masculine orientated energy. So why is it important, for instance, in a female chart? It is going to be important because maybe one of the members of your family felt looked down on, yes. And therefore you were not able to express yourself, or they were not able to fulfill their dreams, and so forth. When we talk about Uranian energy, they've got a way to get their children ready for life. Because remember what we said, the family's responsibility is to prepare the young for their life and obviously to protect them as well. Now, the Uranian family has got the tendency to prepare their children already at an early age. Now, Uranus is the planet of quirkiness. It's the planet of sudden changes. Usually, Uranus tends to be going to the extremes. Uranus is the planet of electricity and volcanoes. So it brings in an element of drama into the relationship as well. Somehow, the Uranian energy is trying to encourage the child to grow up most probably alone or without little or with little help, and they want them to express their needs freely. Now, Uranus is all about, as I said, quirkiness. It's all about sudden changes. So sometimes there is an element of a breakthrough in the family where people are just growing apart from each other. When there is an issue, they are prompting the children to kind of tackle the issue themselves rather than getting involved. I can give you an example on that, for instance, because I'm coming from quite a strong Uranian energy. And whenever I had an issue, my grandparents were telling me, you know what, you sort out yourself. And how I started implementing that in my everyday life was, for instance, that at work, me being a boss, if two people had an argument, I got them to sit down in the office, talk it out without me interfering, because I was a firm believer if I get involved in the situation, then they're going to lose respect in front of each other. And I'm not saying this is the right course of action. Obviously, we are all different. But somehow I learned the energy already from my family lineage. Now, Uranus is also the planet of freedom. So when you are coming from a very strong Uranian energy, most probably everyone was striving for freedom. Everyone wanted to, you know, become an individuality, breaking away from traditions, doing things their own way, and so forth. And usually the Uranian family even prompt their own child to grow up quite an early age and basically live in the nest. Basically, what does growing up mean? You're going to live separately. You're going to have your own financials. You're going to be in charge of your own financials. And sometimes they even force you as well to do that. So let me show you an example here of mine. And then maybe that's going to be making a little bit more sense what I'm trying to describe here. So first of all, what we can see here is that I do have Uranus and Neptune in the 10th house. So what we said was that the Uranian and the Neptunian energy, if they are in either the 1st, the 3rd, the 4th, 7th, 10th house, 11th house, then usually indicates that you might be coming from a very strong Uranian energy. Now, in this case, I've got both of the planets there. However, now, what I was trying to explain here is that Uranus is the planet of generations, and sometimes they are forcing you to grow up at an early age. When my Uranus got activated in my chart, which was around the age of 18, basically my grandfather told me to leave and then grow up and then do whatever you want with your own life. I don't want to be responsible anymore for you. Okay. What I also said was that if you've got both of the planets, then have a look what Jupiter and Saturn also does in the chart, because they could be your immediate generation. Now, in my case, Saturn, which is in the 9th house, I definitely bring Saturnian karma because that's also a karmic house. And then Jupiter is in also a in the 10th house, so I definitely bring Jupiterian energies into my karma as well. This is quite, let's put it this way, this is quite rare when all of the planets are indicating karmic signatures from family. So put it in your chat box, which one do you feel you are coming from clearly? But in my chart, it shows I'm coming from both. I'll show you another example here. Here you go. Now, if I have a look at what's happening, for instance, in this chart, I can see that Uranus is in the first house, in the 11th house, and I can see Neptune is in the first house. So again, we're talking about the two generational planets, which are in karmic houses. So far, this native is bringing energy from both. Having a look at Saturn and Jupiter, now Saturn is in the 5th and Jupiter is in the 9th house, because 9th house is a house of relating to karma. Therefore, this person is going to be bringing energy from the female, more about the female ancestry line. And we're going to be having a look at this chart anyway, because it will be interesting to see what she's bringing from the family ancestry line. Altogether, I would say it's going to be important to have a look at both, because as I said, you're going to be bringing more from both of them, but obviously one of them might be more pivotal. Let's see if you guys had any questions so far. You can hear me, great. Oh. Great. So Sonia says she's very Iranian. Victoria says she's an Iranian as well, what I've described. This is a very good comment there, Victoria, because it's very typical with the Iranian energy that they have to grow up quite fast. I've also noticed that the Iranian family members, as you are saying, you had to start looking after your own financials at the age of 16. I did the same. I started looking after my own financials at the age of 14 and a half. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to study because I didn't have money. So with the Uranian energy, they usually start looking after their financials quite an early age. Okay, that's very typical. Now, the positive manifestation of Uranus, because obviously we mentioned a couple of negative ones, but obviously each of the planets has got positive qualities as well as negative. With the positive Uranus, what we can see is that at one point of the life, the family, or in case of emergency, the family is able to gather and then focus on the problem together. So they can be quite compassionate family. But once the issue is sorted, they want everyone to go back to their own nests. Now, Uranus is the planet of, it's the higher octave of Mercury. So Uranus does talk about the intellect. So the positive traits of Uranus that you might be coming from an intellectual type of family. It doesn't mean that they were writers and speakers and so forth, but they could have been quite intellectual. They could have loved talking about, great topics. Uranus is also very much exploring energy, innovative energy. So the family ancestry could have been very good at exploring things. Uranus doesn't know boundaries. That's another typical qualities of Uranus. So somehow in the family, there were no boundaries. Sometimes it does attract some type of scandal as well, but we're going to be having a look at that too. Now, if we talk about a disengaged Uranus, if you think about Uranus as the planet of, or the second ruler of Aquarius, Aquarius talks about emotional detachment. So now there could be an element of emotional distance going on in the family. Even though when they gather together and trying to focus on the problem, it's more probably something to do with their reputation rather than the native itself. Okay, because everyone is just going wherever they want to. They still don't want to leave, you know, a bad reputation behind themselves. Another trait of Uranus is this urge of freedom and space. So they want space around themselves. They don't want anyone to interfere. They just want to things the way they believe the best way is. Uranus is also, Uranus is the planet of breakups. So in many cases, when Uranus comes around in your natal chart, there could be an element of rejection and abandonment going on. And therefore, because we're talking about emotional distance, it could be an indication of a breakup, for instance, in a relationship. Or even when a planet hits Aquarius, the same could be happening. Uranus is a very intellectual planet, but he's lacking empathy. It's not like Uranus not being interested, but it has got a motto like, why would I get involved in other people's, you know, space if they are not asking me to? Uranus is always going, Uranus needs to be asked to lend a hand. They're never going to come around and give you a hand themselves. Uranus, as I said, is the higher octave of Mercury, and Mercury is the planet of children. So Uranus has got this tendency of not being able to grow up. Somehow those childish traits always going to be there. And as we know, as we mentioned already, Uranus is all about freedom and space. So in a relationship, for instance, in many cases, they feel smothered. They feel choked. They feel that somehow they're getting restricted in the relationship. So with a strong Uranus trait, especially if Uranus is attacked by other planets, these could be one of the topic here, what the ancestry line might have gone through. It's going to get clearer when we're going to start having a look at some of the repetition, for instance, in family. That's going to be quite interesting to see. Great, moving on. So as I said, the other generational planets which we're going to have to talk about is going to be Neptune. Now, while in the Uranian family, which is more like an open type of dynamics, the father figure is more pivotal. With the Neptunian energy, it's going to be the mother or the feminine archetypes. Now, what is Neptune about? It's all about compassion, love. It's all about feeling vulnerable. Neptune is all about sacrificing something in order for the greater good. Now, if there is a strong Neptunian energy, your ancestry line might have made some type of sacrifices in their life in order for the family to be able to move on. Now, in many cases, you might be, as a native, you might be making those sacrifices yourself as well. And it seems to be like a vicious circle, and then you are not able to get out of it. Neptunian family tends to be very introverted, while the Uranus family is very, very outgoing. Neptune, Pisces energy is all about retreat and withdrawing collectively. Neptune is the planet of secrets. In many cases, you will see that there is a family secret, a family burden which you have to carry. You might not even know about those family secrets or burdens, but somehow it is always going to haunt you. Think about Neptune as being the planet of subconscious. Now, it is always going to be at the back of your mind, even though you don't remember those. I'll give you an example. when I once went for a family constellation with a good friend of mine, she figured out that she had a twin sister, but died basically before birth, and she never knew about it. And she questioned her mom, and then it turned out to be true. But the mom never wanted to admit it because she felt that she failed somehow to give life to that baby. Obviously, she didn't know it was a sister, but my friend kind of saw that during family constellation. Now I know we've got someone here who does family constellation, so maybe she would be able to give more information about that, how it works. Um, but it is extremely a great tool to clear your family karma. When I went there myself, I just want to give you some idea of what you can do, because I think family constellation is powerful. And one of my deepest regrets in my life was that I was not able to say goodbye to my grandma when she died. And it's been haunting me since. So I went for a family constellation without mentioning anything to the coach. It came out. And once the coach asked someone to step in as a grandma, me and the grandma started crying at the same time, which was amazing. And I was able to kind of let go of her. Obviously, we're talking about layers here, so it goes even a lot deeper. But, you know, one of the layers of the onion got cleared. And I think that's already a step to create a better life for yourself. Now, I can see you guys have got questions. So Tanya says, Uranus in the 3rd, Saturn 11th, must have low manifestation of Uranus. Didn't prepare for me life. Family was, yeah. So Tanya, it really depends how your Uranus is sitting in the chart. So that's the reason why we are talking about the negative and the positive traits of Uranus or Neptune as well. So if Uranus is not looking too good in your chart, you might be bringing the negative energies into. So such as emotional distance within the family, okay, or some type of erratic energy, tense energies, okay. But if Uranus is quite positive in the chart, then you might be getting that positive energy from Uranus. So somehow they are trying to, you know, get you ready for life. Because Uranus doesn't look good, for instance, in my chart. If you have a look, oops, that's not the one. So if we have a look at Uranus here, you can see that Uranus is getting attack from Venus, from Mars, from the rising sign as well. I didn't get the help either. I was kind of not spoiled, but I was always under the skirt of my grandma. And then she kind of never wanted me to make decisions on my own because she was so scared of losing me. Obviously, there is a reason for that too. And then I'm going to show you how to see that as well. So my Uranus is quite attacked. Unfortunately, I didn't. Maybe, Tanya, we can have a look at later how yours is looking like. Okay, great. Let's see the Q&A sessions. How do you know when natal Uranus is activated? I'm gonna, when we talk about, later on, I'm gonna show you that. Iana? Great, brilliant. So let's move on. So the positive energies of Neptune. Neptune is the higher octave of Venus. So we're talking about divine love. We're talking about warm, safe, emotionally charged family. Venus is all about comfort. It's all about love. It's all about, self-worth. So somehow the family could be giving you those energies. If Neptune looks good in your chart, maybe no secrets, nothing to be, there is no need to hide things because either there are no secrets or the family can be quite open to each other. No desire to be isolated, which is also a very Neptunian energy, to be isolated. As we said, it's the planet of retreat and seclusion. From outside, the family can be very, the family can seem like a very ideal type of family. And they can support each other unconditionally. So it's more about accepting each other rather than pushing the child out, okay, here you go, and you have to grow up. However, if Neptune is a little bit, or Jupiter is a little bit challenged in the chart, actually it could be an indication that, you know, the mother can be, or the mother can be quite suffocating sometimes. Now, in my chart, let's go back to it. I'm sorry to use my chart, but I know myself the best and I know my family karma. I'm going to be bringing different ones as well. But you can see I've also got a very dominant Neptune in my chart too, because it's around the midheaven. Even the rising sign is Pisces as well. So I tend to be bringing plenty of karma from each of the sides. Now, with that Neptune being so strong in the chart, sometimes it could be the case as well that the mommy is going to tell you, if I'm hungry, you are hungry as well. And then you have to eat when the family eats as well. I'll give you another example. You could not eat around the family table, for instance, till the parents finished. Or you had to sit at a separate table as children. It is very typical for Neptunian energies. I'm not saying that this is exactly what happened in your own family, but this was very typical back in, what, 3 generations, 2 to 3 generations before. Even my the son and the daughters of my grandma was telling me that they always had to be separate. And first, the grandma and the grandfather was always taking out the food. They chose the best bits and pieces. And once they finished, then the rest went for the children. Now, it never happened to me from my grandma. She really loved me. I was always the first one to be given food. But I'm also going to show you that why maybe that's the case. So the negative traits could be these, for instance, for Neptune. Now, Neptune is the planet of escapism. Whenever Neptune is placed in your chart, usually that's the area of life which you don't really want to face. That's the area of life where you kind of have got a little bit of a blind spot going on. And therefore, especially if Neptune, for instance, in water signs, water houses, you might have got the tendency of reaching out for drugs, alcohol, or even self-sabotage, committing suicide, and so forth. Now, going back to my chart, I've got a very prominent Neptune, as you can see, and it's in the 10th house. So one of the things which Neptune can be doing here is trying to escape from the reality to a certain extent. And how I do that is I always work. I tend to be working 60, 80 hours a week. It's not a problem. And psychologically speaking, because all these outer planets are connecting to psychology anyway, you are burying yourself in work so that you don't have to face reality. It's like a little bit of a hidden mechanism what Neptune does. You're trying to hide away from either responsibility or whatever, wherever Neptune is in your chart. That's also the case wherever Pisces energy is in your chart as well. So maybe you've got Pisces going on, I don't know, maybe you've got Pisces going on in your second house, the house of financials. Then you might be trying to escape from the financial responsibilities, and then you might be handing it over to your partner. That's an example. It really depends where the ruler is. So you really need to dig into that a lot deeper. So for instance, as you can see, the ruler of my first house, which is Jupiter, is in the 10th house. So I tend to hide behind work. But also it could be the manifestation that I try to hide away from work. So not wanting to work. Now, thank God this is not the case here because I've got a stellium going on in the 10th house. So stellium is usually talking about an obsessive energy, where you put majority of your energy into. And obviously 10th house could be talking about your work environment, I mean, your profession. There could be elements of psychological extremes as well in regards to Neptune. So such as autism, schizophrenia, sex addicts also belong somehow to a certain extent to Neptune as well. And I'm also going to show you an example on that too. So these are the two family traits we can be coming from. Now, yeah, let's move on. So if you've got chart in front of you, this is going to be very helpful, how to spot family traits in your own charts. One of the things which can be an indication if there is a repetition going on in modality. So some of you might not know, the exact date of birth of your parents, but actually, some of these techniques you won't even need it. So we've got three types of modality, right? We've got the cardinal, we've got the fixed, and we've got the mutable energy. I'm going to be talking about each of them separately. So if there is a repetition going on, for instance, in modality, let's say with your mom and with your dad, or maybe with your grandparents as well, that could be an indication that there is something, it already gives you a topic, what could be your karmic signature you need to work on in this lifetime. It is exactly the same for the elements as well. Now, for the elements, you don't even need the exact time of birth because obviously the planets are not moving that fast. So we've got four types of elements, right? We've got the fire, water, earth, and air. So let's say none of the family members have got, or they've got slightly bit of earth element going on in their chart. What does that indicate? It might be indicating that they've got issues of being able to hold on to things. They might be having issues with financial matters, maybe with land, with possessions, with ownership, and so forth. So maybe they are not able to own their own mistakes. Okay, so it's good to compare your charts and then see if these two are there, because these are definitely can give information where your family signatures or karmic signatures are lying. Another one can be planetary alignment. In many cases, you can see repetition of planetary alignments. I'll give you an example here. If you have a look at Queen Elizabeth's chart, she's got Saturn, for instance, on the midheaven. If you have a look at the royal prince, the newborn royal prince, he's got Saturn on the midheaven. Very interesting. Another one is, there is, the queen has got Taurus sun. The little baby has got Taurus sun as well. The queen has got an earthy rising sign. The little baby has got earthy rising sign as well. it is already an indication, some type of patterns here. Maybe there is an element of Saturnian repetition going on, for instance, in the chart. So what is Saturn about? Responsibilities, hierarchy, delays, blockages, and so forth. So maybe in the family history, actually, in the royal family history, you will be able to see that somehow they're going to have to take responsibility for something at certain point in their life. Now, because we're talking about midheaven in both cases, that is talking about leadership. That is talking about profession, taking on hierarchy positions in the society, which is again midheaven. So I guess one day the little royal prince is going to become a king. Okay, so what you can do is, that's what I would recommend for you. And that's where I'm not going to be able to help you so much. Get an Excel table, get all of your family members' charts, and then, have a look. Modality element, maybe planetary alignments. And then you're going to be seeing repetition within planetary alignments in the family. That's going to be the topic you kind of need to focus on. Okay? Maybe the same house is getting activated all the time. So maybe, one has got, let's say the family has got a tendency to have sun in the fourth house, or maybe a stellium going on in the fourth house, but also it could be the sign as well. Maybe, I'll give you an example. My mom has got a stellium going on in the 10th house. So I can show you that. Oh, not that one. Almost. Oh, sorry, that's not this one. This is my. Anyway, I'm not going to be able to show because this is my stepmom's. But my stepmom has got a stellium, for instance, in the 8th house in Gemini. But I've got a stellium going on in Sagittarius. So the theme, which is repeating here, is going to be something to do with communication, something to do maybe with education, something to do with being able to translate messages, for instance. So it could be something to do with relocation. It could be something to do with languages and so forth. Ella, you don't need the exact time of birth of your grandparents when you're comparing planetary alignments. And also, you don't need that for elements either. Okay, you're gonna need them for modality, or you don't even need those for planets in the same sign, because the planets are not moving that fast. So it's gonna be staying in one place. So planetary alignments, maybe everyone is going to have a Saturn Mars or a Saturn Moon square going on in the family. There is an indication, for instance, that each of the moms, let's say, had an emotional wall in front of them, or each of the dad and mom somehow always had some type of confrontation going on. Or maybe you're always going to find Neptune going on in the 4th house. In that case, when we're talking about house positions, Bella, obviously you need the exact time of birth. But you know what? From elements, planetary alignments, or sign-based position, you can get plenty of information already. Okay, so it's good to start with those. You're gonna find very interesting things. Great. So, and when you find these, the more repetition you find between two charts, the more, the longer karmic journey you are going to be seeing between the two of you as well. Okay, so it's very interesting. When I did mine, I found plenty of similarities, plenty. Even with my dad, for instance, I've got, I think, my dad's chart as well. For instance, my dad and my grandmother. So my dad was the son of my grandma who raised me, and we both have got, we all have got, sorry, we three of us have got Neptune and Mars energy going on in our chart. One is an opposition, one is a square, and I also have got just Mars in Pisces, for instance. So Neptune and Mars is going to be bringing in, for instance, Mars being the planet of sexual drive. Neptune is the addiction. So it could be showing an element of addiction, for instance, going on sexually. Now, my father cheated on her, on my mom when I was 3 months old. My grandma was cheated on um, by her husband a few times. Me, I don't get cheated on, but I don't trust anyone. And then I somehow interpret these into my own relationship. Yeah, so this is how you kind of need to be looking at these. It's going to help you a lot. Any questions on these? Let's see if you guys have got any questions. So how do we know when natal Uranus is activated? So I'm going to be answering that one. We're going to be talking about that too. So if you are adopted, are both birth family and adoptive family charts relevant? Very good question, Helen. And I'm going to be talking about adoption a little bit because it could be interesting. But I would be having a look at both the birth family and then the adoptive family as well. Because remember, you know, energies, it's like the soul is recognizing the other person to a certain extent. Okay, so there is a reason for you to get to that adoptive family. So I would definitely have a look at them because they might be coming. You might be seeing some very interesting stuff. Do you need time of birth for mother and father? The time is not necessary, as I said. You're going to be able to still spot family traits. What is Uranus in fourth house means in this case? So it could be an indication that you might be coming from a Uranian type of family. Now, Uranus is the planet of scandals, so there might be an element of scandal which happened in the family lineage. Fourth house talks about great grandparents and also talks about your own father. So it could have been the case there. Uranus tends to be relocating continuously. So maybe the family fled from somewhere to somewhere. That could also be the case here. Uranus is the planet of separation. So maybe at one point in the family lineage, lovers needed to separate from each other, which left a karmic signature on the family. So there are plenty of manifestation level here. I would recommend anonymous attendee to have a look at the closest aspects to Uranus, and that would be giving you even more information. Let's say if it's a Venus related, that could be showing an abandonment in relationship. If it's Mars, it could be indicating a scandalous relationship, for instance, a scandalous sexual relationship, and so on. Also, the sign is going to be important as well. I hope that helps. Okay, so I just want to put it out there because I think it's going to be very important that astrology is not gender specific, especially in the 21st century where the roles are getting swapped up. So astrology says that the fourth house is going to be your father and the 10th house is going to be your mom in the chart. And this is how we're going to work today, but I just want you to remember that we are in the 21st century, so even your parents are pretty much part of it as well. They are not really coming from this traditional type of aspect already, or some of you. So therefore, I would say that the fourth house is always the breadwinner. Someone who might have earned more money, or someone who might have worn the trousers. So basically the one who led the pack. And the 10th house seems to be the weaker gender. There are another interpretations to it as well. So Sun usually talks about a father archetype in your chart, and Moon is going to be talking about your mother archetype. However, in Hellenistic astrology, for instance, we differentiate the Sun. And the Sun is your father if it's a day chart, and then Saturn is going to be if it's a night chart. This is what the ancient textbooks are recommended to do. Now, because of the time difference, because of the era, I would say take it with a pinch of salt. I tend to be having a look at both. And then if you do a consultation with your clients, try to describe the parents, how they were, okay? And that might be giving, you know, the client is going to be able to give you information of who is who. And that way you can clear the picture, okay? So as I said, Sun could be an indication here of your father figure in the chart. So maybe the quality of Sun is going to be talking about your father, but it is also going to be talking about your life force, what type of life force you received in the family, and how your ego developed in accord with your family values. Obviously, Sun is an attention-seeking planet. So you want the Sun always wants the attention to go on himself. Sun is the king. Everyone is, you know, everyone wants to please the king. Everyone wants to be in a good relationship with the king. And the aspect, for instance, to Sun are going to be showing whether you receive that as a child, those attentions, what you wanted to. For instance, I'll give you an example here. Unexpected Sun could be an indication in the chart that you were undermined. You were undermined. You were not noticed by your parents or by your family ancestry. But this could be also the case that your father was not paid attention to by his parents. So I can show you now, when you work with aspects, I would say generally give a 5-degree orb. For the Sun, I tend to be giving actually an 8-degree orb. For the Moon, I give 6-degree. Saturn and Saturn, Uranus, Jupiter, so the outer planets, I tend to be giving 5-degree orb. And for the personal planets, I give 4-degree. But it is completely up to you. So now, for instance, I can show you my own chart. You can see that the planet of the father figure, and the reason why I mention or emphasize the figure is because it's not necessarily always going to be your father, maybe someone you should have looked up to. Because who is the father? Someone you want to look up to as a hero. Now, in this case, the Sun has no aspects going on at all. This means two things. One is that the father didn't give enough attention to the native. And the other thing, which is very, very important, the native is back to break the karma. to break off that family lineage, what they are coming from, and try to create kind of a new generation. Now, my father never paid attention to me. I haven't spoken to him since the age of 18. Before age of 18, I've only seen him 5 times. My dad didn't know his own dad because the grandfather committed suicide, which I'm going to be showing you anyway. And I'm not 100% sure about the granddads, the granddad and the great granddad relationship, but I reckon there was something going on there as well. However, Sun is in a Saturnian energy, so it could be an indication of immediate karma, like up till the grandparents. So unexpected Sun could be an indication of you not, you are here to break that karma somehow. To show you another example here. Oh, let's see that one. So you can see that we've got the Sun in the first house in Leo. Now, we can say that the dad could be quite an attention seeker, right? Because it's a Leo energy. It's in the first house as well. What's first house? First house is quite forceful. We're talking about a Mars-related energy, Aries type of energy. So the dad wants to lead the pack. He wants to be the one who is in charge, for instance. He could be quite a proud dad, someone who doesn't listen to others. He knows everything better. Okay, and then you can see that there is also a square going towards Pluto. Pluto is the planet of power. So maybe we're talking about a power-hungry type of dad here. Maybe we're talking about someone who, Pluto is the planet of money as well, so maybe a money-hungry type of character. Pluto can be the planet of sexuality, so this could be talking about quite a big family, for instance, but he might not be able to raise everyone according, you know, he wants to be able to give everything, whatever he can, but there might be an indication that he sometimes is not able to do that. Okay, so we're going to be talking about each of the aspects as well, just slightly bit. I just wanted to show you that how the Sun is coming together. Now, that would be the unexpected Sun. If there is square going towards the Sun, usually that father figure gets attacked by someone. In this case, have a look, there is an attack coming from Pluto, okay, and Pluto is in the 4th house. So actually the family is attacking the father. So what does that mean? The family doesn't like the father, maybe the kids have got issues. Now, the 4th house also is your great-grandparents. So maybe the great-grandparents doesn't like the father of this native here. Now, I know that actually they were not accepting this father by the great-grandparents, and then these energy got transferred into their own immediate family as well. And they've got 9 sisters and brothers, and the father always had issue with the kids as well to a certain extent. Now, no wonder why, because he was not accepted. Having a Pluto and the Sun square in the chart is like having 2 suns in the solar system. It shows plenty of clashes, 2 very strong individuality, and there is a tension going on. Now, squares usually indicate some type of Mars or Saturnian type of energy. Saturn is the planet of restriction, right? Blockages. Mars is the planet of quarrels. So it could be an indication here of plenty of arguments between the dad and the family. Yeah, I hope it makes sense. And then we've got the opposition, which would be an indication that the father figure needs to learn how to deal with others. So it could be an element of attitude issue. It could be an element of the father figure doesn't want to listen, doesn't want to take in information or whatever others are saying to them. And then he needs to find that element of balance going on in the family. Great, I can see you guys have got some questions. Uranus is conjunct Pluto in 4th house, Jupiter in 9th case. Yeah, that's definitely a powerful one. What would Uranus in 7th house square to Sun in the 10th house show? So just very quickly, because we're going to be talking about this, but the 7th house is, for instance, the grandparents, and the 10th house is going to be your mom. So it could be showing an element of conflict, for instance, between the grandparents and the mom. Maybe they were not happy of her choice, who she got married to. That could be a case here. Another one is that they wanted the daughter to step into to their footsteps, but she didn't do that. It really depends on the sign as well, so it's quite hard to give you more idea about that, but I hope this helps. If Pluto is in the same house as the Sun, would this combination indicate that the father's family withheld their acceptance of him? Yeah, Sonia, that could be definitely an indication there. So I did not mention the conjunction here, because the conjunctions are usually a little bit harder to interpret, because we're talking about two planets trying to emerge. But now we're talking about two very powerful planets. So what they should have done in that family, Sonia, is to bind those energies, and then they would have been able to create something huge. But if they are not willing to, because they are very big-headed, for instance, then it can indicate an element of acceptance issue, and it could be indicating plenty of drama as well in the family. How I approach this is that you have got these energies within you, and then somehow they are kind of forcing you to make a certain choice. If you recognize these energies and you realize that these might not be yours, then it's easier to hand it back, and then you can move on with your own life. Great. So the aspect to the Sun is going to be showing how we perceive our father. As I said, the father should be a hero. So if there are negative aspects coming to it, then it could be an indication of you didn't perceive your dad to the best possible way. But also, the Sun is going to be showing what type of challenges did the father what type of challenges the father had to face. So for instance, Sun in the angular houses could be an indication that there were high expectations set to the father, and then if he wasn't able to achieve those expectations, then he was looked down on. Or he might have felt pretty much challenged by the family, because he had that inner type of push to do whatever he was required to do, if it makes sense. So let's have a look at some of these aspects. So for instance, if you've got Sun and Jupiter, and I'm going to be talking about the negative aspects. So I'm talking about especially squares and oppositions. Now, if you've got Sun and Jupiter aspect going on in the chart, it could be an indication that the father had, let's not call it father, let's call it as a male energy in your chart, okay? So a male energy had the desire to travel, but he couldn't. He was never able to travel far from the home. maybe because of responsibilities, maybe because of religious beliefs. It could be an indication of lack of social energy, for instance, around the father. Maybe there were plenty of high morals coming towards that father figure, and then he had to face those, or he was continuously challenged to achieve those. Maybe the father had to kind of, the father had intense lows and highs going on in the family environment. Maybe somehow his belief system or his viewpoints were restricted by others. And when I say others, I usually mean parents or immediate environments. It could be an indication that a religion was forced onto the father, which he kind of didn't agree with. Maybe they had to go to the church every single Sunday, and then he didn't want to. So obviously we're talking about sun, which is your core essence, your core belief system. And then we've got Jupiter, which is the, a collective belief system. Maybe the Jupiter is also the planet of right and wrongs in that sense. So it's not right to follow your own religion. You have to follow what the family follows. And that's where the high moral system comes into the picture. Now, let's say if it's in, let's say if you've got an Aquarius, you want to be detached from that, right? Because Aquarius is all about detachment. It's all about breaking patterns. Maybe you've got that in Scorpio, then it was something very intense, excessive behavior going on in the family, and the father couldn't really cope with it. And that's the reason why there was highs and lows, for instance, in the family. Basically, all you just need to understand, whatever your father went through, you, in a sense, you are going to be going through the same. Maybe the theme is going to be different, but you're gonna have to experience those because it's kind of in your genes. Maybe the father wanted to try his own luck somewhere else, but obviously that was against the family policy, and then he couldn't. Maybe with Jupiter, maybe the father wanted to go to the university and the person was forced to go to a vocational school to become a carpenter, for instance. Okay, so the sun here most probably wants to aim higher, but somehow that gets pulled back for a certain reason, if it makes sense. So let's just see what you guys are commenting. So Tanya says, I have sun opposite Pluto and moon opposite Uranus. I'm curious about my life lesson and how to break the family karma. We're going to be seeing that, Tanya. So we've got a lot more to discuss. My son here is trying Jupiter Sag. My dad was a truck driver across the country. He was rebellious. Yeah, we're going to be having a look at those as well, the elements a little bit separate. And actually, the fire is quite rebellious. You're going to see that. Sun and Saturn. It could be an indication that the family was very goal-oriented. They were all about social status and they were all about achievements. Now, we know that Saturn is usually a hierarchy figure. So the family could have been coming from, landowners, for instance, and so forth. But Saturn is also the planet of depression. So sometimes the father might be having issues of depression because, again, he couldn't fulfill what he wanted to fulfill. He might have had plenty of potentials, but that got restricted, Saturn, by one of the ancestors. So maybe in that case, it's going to be the father of the father, right? Obviously, both of the planets are male energies. So we're pretty much talking about like a patriarchal type of family system here. So whatever the man says, that's things how it has to play out. And therefore, the Sun could have been restricted of making his own choices. Remember, Sun's main aim or goal is to shine and to express their individuality. Saturn comes along and then it gets restricted. Saturn usually indicates an older man in your chart. So please share some stories if you know anything about, how it played out in your family. If you've got, for instance, a Sun and Saturn square or opposition going on in your chart, I would love to see that. Saturn is also the planet of past. So there could be an element of nostalgic moment going on as well. Somehow they are always looking backwards rather than going forward. But as I said, usually that Sun is blocked somehow. The Sun has got the desire to do that, but somehow it gets blocked. Sun and Mars combination. Well, Mars, I think Tanya mentioned, or someone mentioned, we've got Sun in Aries. That was Victoria, sorry. And that's going to be kind of typical for Aries as well anyway. So there could be an element of heroic moment going on in life. Aries is all about kind of police force, army, wars, and so forth. So actually the Sun, the father, would have been able to achieve something like that. Now, because Victoria, you mentioned there is a trine going on from Jupiter Sagittarius. It would be lovely to know whether he was ever recognized for any type of heroic moment. Was he ever, did he ever save someone, and so forth? Just maybe it could be quite interesting. Victoria, a truck driver in Iraq. Ah, okay, yes, hero many times. So the Sun and Mars connection could be talking about a heroic type of father figure. Obviously, we're talking about Mars, who is very adventurous, go-getter. It's all about following the instincts. Mars is also the planet of survival instinct, right? So it could be also an indication that somehow they had to fight for their own lives. They had to type of escape and protect, which is an element of Mars, their our core sense, which is Sun. Also, Victoria, I would love to know that too, because you are a great example here. We might have a look at your chart. But Sun and Mars combination could also indicate somehow being the black sheep of the family. Obviously, Mars is very much hot-headed, right? Mars is a hot planet. So I'm only going to follow my own head. And therefore they can become quite like a black sheep of the family. But typically it could be a typical indication of being like a survivor. That's the main key, I would say here. Victoria says, my dad is the black sheep of the family, ran away many times as teenager. Remember, Mars is a young planet, so that usually indicates up till about 25, age 25 in the chart. Sun usually indicates around age of 25 to 33-ish, 35-ish. And then Saturn comes into the picture, which is going to be about age 35, 36-ish, up till, let's say, about 50, 55. So I reckon, I can imagine that his dad ran away from the family quite often. Great. Victoria, is that May the 4th or April the 5th? Let's have a look at this chart. This could be maybe quite Nice to have a look. So it's 83, 3:41 a.m. I mean p.m., sorry. Lubbock, Texas, I guess. Here you go. And then if you can just tell me April the 5th, thank you. If guys, you put down your timing of birth, I can have a look. Just please write the month, like April. First of all, it's Mercury retrograde. Secondly, you know, we Europeans tend to be exchanging that. I mean, we swap it around. The name doesn't matter, Victoria, so don't worry about that. Come on. Yeah, here you go. Yeah, so we've got Sun in the 8th house, as you can see here, in Aries. So that Martian energy already comes into the picture. Okay, now it's the 8th house as well, which is gonna bring in the survival instincts to a certain extent, because the opposite house, which is the 2nd house, talks about your self-worth. So this father seems to be someone who wants to put a stamp on his life to a certain extent. And now, even if you have a look at where Mars is, very interesting to see Mars being on the 0 degree, because Mars wanted to belong to the Sun, but somehow got pushed into Taurus. That's how I usually interpret the 0 in a karmic perspective, that the Marsian energy wanted to stay. So it could be an indication of for instance, your dad being in a war, or even it would be interesting to see if your dad had half sisters and half brothers, because, for instance, the 8th house could be talking about a half brother. But I'm going to explain that as well, so don't worry. Who could have had similar qualities, but it could also have been the brother of the grandfather who had similar type of survival instincts, and he could have been bringing similar energies from there. Now, also Mercury there too, so it definitely indicates siblings there. Mercury is a neutral planet, so when it comes to the gender, we can't be really sure, but the Sun is an indication here of brothers, but it is in a feminine house, so it could actually talk about sisters as well. There is a way to calculate this. I'm not gonna talk about gender of kids today, but I would say definitely we can see an element of heroic moment here. And if I have a look at the ruler, which is Mars being in the 9th house, it is like him fighting for his own survival stuff. Taurus rules food, Taurus rules storage and shelters. So actually he could have helped in shelters as well, in order for others to, you know, to feel better. Taurus is all about giving comfort. So he would have tried to give comforts to others. For instance, during a war, which is, I would even be able to imagine him fighting, not necessarily fighting, but how is it called in English? Like some type of community service type of energies, you know, or patrol in the streets and so forth. I just wanted to see what is going on here. Now, as we said, the Sun is going to be the also the father energy, right? How we perceive the father. And interestingly enough, there is good aspects come in, but we've got a moon energy there, which is just within within orbits. So now that square could be an indication there that there was an element of conflict going on between him and a mother figure in the family. It does not necessarily mean Victoria's mom. It could be it could be actually, so the fifth house is going to be talking about, could be talking about children. And the fifth house also talks about, just give me a second, let me run it through in my head. It talks about um, the aunts of your, or uncles of your father, or your grandparents, sisters and brothers. So it would be interesting to see how the relationship, for instance, played out there. Great, let's move on. Sun Uranus. Let's see what Victoria says here, actually. So yes, that has two half-sisters that had three brothers. Okay. Victoria, did he have any issues with a mother figure in the chart? I mean, not in the chart, sorry, in the family. That would also be interesting to see. Because that would be, Victoria, an indication that you are bringing some karmic moments from that. And this is something you kind of need to work on. My dad has Leo Sun, Virgo Moon, much service and community oriented. My parents divorced at 6, so maybe that's going to be talking about mom. Okay. Sun and Uranus. So Uranus is very, can't sit down for a minute. So that could be an indication of a breakup, for instance, somehow in the family. It could be an indication of disengaged family. Again, it could be a type of a black sheep moment here as well. But the father seems to be encouraged, as we said, with the Uranian energy, the father seems to be encouraged at an early age to grow up. So it might mean he started working at an early age, for instance, if it's a Virgo or a Capricorn energy somehow involved. It could be an indication if it's, for instance, immutable signs, one of them, then he traveled, he left the family because of studies, because of higher education. And then it could be, if it's in water signs, he could have got together with a young woman and the family kind of disapproved that. That could be the case there, and that's how he became black sheep. But obviously, both Sun and Uranus are very individualistic. So somehow the self-expression is hugely important. And imagine the dad going on strike because feeling disengaged from the family. And that's one of the reasons why, for instance, there could be an early pregnancy going on. There could be an early marriage because I want to get out as soon as possible. Also, this could be an indication that there is plenty of genius in the family. So Uranus, remember, is a very mental planet. Great. Nahid says his sun squares Uranus, I guess, with the U. So it would be interesting to see how it played out, for instance, there. Then we've got the Sun and Neptune energy. Now, Neptune is the planet of secrets, so Daddy might be having some type of secrets going on. There could have been secret relationship going on, some type of lies and secrets, maybe cheating on. But also, Neptune is the planet of healing. Daddy could be a healer, or Daddy could be quite spiritual, or Daddy could have had a very protective mother who was smothering him. This could be the topic here. Nahid says all is correct with that. Yeah, that's pretty much Sun and Uranus. Energy. He left his family due to a very cruel father and went to study at the age 12. Very typical Sun and Uranus energy. Now I would love to see, Nahid, how this plays out in your life. Because, you know, we're talking about family signatures, karmic signatures. You bring in this energy into your life as well. For instance, how is how does it play out in your relationship? Can you, can you get into a serious relationship, or you sometimes feel abandoned by others, or somehow you feel smothered by your partner, and so forth. Would be interesting to see. Obviously, that's again a question whether you are more like a Uranus or Neptunian. Sun and Pluto, we kind of spoke about that, so I'm not going to be going into details. But we're talking about a very power struggle going on in the family, power orientated. Everyone wants to achieve something, and therefore, if it was a conjunction, they definitely need to work together to achieve that power. It could be very intense, volatile type of family themes. This could be the case when um, um, there are some money struggle going on, conflicts of interest. Somehow the intensity of the family is very, very important. Yeah. Unexpected sun, we've already covered that, so I'm not going to be talking about that. Just to recap on that, when we talk about unexpected sun, I just want to put it out there, then we are talking about major aspects. We've got 256 aspects in astrology, at least, on top of my head. If you want to dive into each of them, you are going to get confused. Go with the major aspects. I'm going to be doing a 30-hour aspect webinar. I'm going to re-record it. I hope I finish it by hopefully December. And I'm going to try to talk about all these 200 kind of aspects. But I believe the major aspects are the most important. Now, if the sun is not aspected in your chart by major aspect, the person needs to find a new way to express their ego. Somehow, this is a kind of an indication that you need to leave the karma behind. It could be an indication that the father is actually not necessarily a traditional type of father. Maybe there is type of friendship going on, or maybe not knowing the dad. It could be an element of sign of adoption as well. But it is definitely the most important part here is that the native is longing for a father figure. In many cases, I've seen that the mom decided not to get married again because they didn't want to hurt the children, or she didn't want to get hurt. But when you see a unexpected son in the child's chart, that child is going to need a father figure. And because the father is going to be able to teach you the masculine energies of yours. Okay, so that's going to be a very, very important kind of decision to make. Great. Let me see if you guys have got any questions going on. My son is in the 12th house in Scorpio. My father was extremely rebellious and broke off from family expectations. Could be the case. Could be, definitely. Scorpio is a very stubborn sign, fixed energy. So, once they get something into their heads, could be the case. My son is in 7th house Libra, opposing Saturn in Taurus, 2nd house. Great. So these are just comments. Guys, try to put these little comments into the chat box, and then actually just put actual questions in here, so that obviously, because the questions like this one, how do you know when natal Uranus is activated? It's going to be affecting everyone. I mean, everyone probably wants to know about that. So just certain positions, maybe you want to drop into the chat box here. Okay, so Maya. So for instance, Sun square Pluto, Bella, just in the chat box. Okay. Okay. So Maya, did I understand correctly that you focus more on the power or inner masculine presence within the sun for the day chart and Saturn for the night chart? I do use both, Maya, but traditional astrology says that the father in a night chart is Saturn and Sun is the day chart. Sun is the father figure in day chart. I tend to be looking at both. I hope that helps. Okay, guys, before we move on, let's just take a 5 minutes break. Um, a loo break, and then I'll be back and we carry on with the moon. So I'm gonna see you shortly. Okay, I am back. So Barbara, Victor, I could not hear fully what I said. So Maya's question was whether, how to determine the father in the chart. And the Hellenistic way would be that the Saturn is going to be the father if it's a night chart, and the Sun would be the father if it's a day chart. However, I am using both for it. And the reason being is because, as I said, the roles kind of got swapped up. Um, it's good to have a look at both and then having that conversation with your, with your clients, and then you're going to be able to see a lot better who is indication of the father in that chart. But Sun is going to be show you in the chart how much connection you've got to male figures in your life. And that's for both man and female as well. Okay, so it's going to be showing, in a male's chart, what type of male characters you might be attracted to yourself. And then in a female chart, it could be actually an indication of your partner, because if you meet someone, somehow you are always looking for your father in your partnership. As kind of weird as it sounds, but we always going to be getting a reminder through a different lens of others. So the partner is always going to be having somehow your father traits within yourself. So for instance, when you've got an unexpected son, that could also be an indication of being abandoned. Now, I know my son is in the 12th house in Aquarius and unexpected as well. Poor son cannot be hurt more. Sun is not too great in Aquarius. 12th house, sun wants to radiate light. Now in the 12th house, which is a dark house, it cannot. And then unexpected as well, not getting any help from others. So whatever my dad and my great or granddad did um, has been an effect on my own masculine energy, if it makes sense. So that's exactly how you try to do that with your own son as well. I hope that makes sense. So now we're going to be talking about moon. Moon is going to be very important because, first of all, moon is the number one indication of family circumstances. Obviously, it does talk about your mom as well, and it does talk about your emotional security and many other things, which I have listed there. Um, but the moon, number one, is going to be how you can relate to your family. What type of emotional makeup generated in the family? So, even interestingly enough, moon is relating in karmic astrology to past lives. So, moon is always going to be an indication of what type of past life you came from. Okay, so I'll give you an example, which we're going to be going through anyway. But let's say you've got sun in, you've got moon in the 10th house. You might be coming from a quite a rich family in past life. You've got moon in the 9th house. You might be coming from a religious family, or you might have been a high priest. You might have been a teacher, and so forth. So the moon placement is always going to be a very great karmic signature where you're coming from. So when you do a little bit of a comparison, always have a look at the moon, always have a look at the sun placement if you find any familiarity going on. Okay, so the moon is going to be talking about the programs you are bringing from your family ancestry. And the moon placement and the house position can be giving information of who is giving that program to you and in what circumstances. Of course, moon is going to be talking about your nurturing skills or how you've been nurtured, what type of relationship you had with your mom. Remember, the moon is a reflector in the chart. She doesn't have any lights. Obviously, she is gaining the light from the sun. So therefore, the moon is always kind of the hidden side of your soul. Sometimes it's not easy to cope with your moon sign, because that could be the blind spot. That could be the spot in your chart you also want to kind of hide. So I'll give you an example. If you've got moon in water signs, you might be trying to hide your emotions. You can be extremely emotional, and most probably you are. But when it comes to such things like crying, you might not want to do that in front of people because you are scared of being judged because of that, for instance. Moon is also the planet of what you are longing for. Okay, so maybe a moon in Cancer is longing for a devoted mom, or maybe you are longing for plenty of cuddles. Maybe if you've got moon in Libra, you are longing for Prince Charming coming along and rescue you and take you on a white horse and those type of things. And the opposite sign from the moon is going to be an indication where you are inhibited from. Moon is also your shadow self. Moon is going to be kind of your disowned qualities. As I said, what you might not want to face because you feel being judged because of that. Now, moon, if some of you I know because we've been working together for a while, and I know some of you are interested in tarot. But moon is number 2 in numerology. Why is that? Because moon takes 2 weeks to become a full moon from new moon, and it takes 2 weeks to become a new moon from full moon, for instance. So therefore, moon is going to be the high priestess in tarot cards, which is all about a little bit of a shadow self. Exactly, Maya is just confirming it. So that's going to be the high priestess. Because in some of the tarot cards, high priestess is, you cannot really decide whether we're talking about a man or a woman. That's how it is depicted, or she is depicted. And high priestess always has got secrets. And then in most of the cards, there is a book in her hand, which is the book of I can't remember how it's called. Anyway, but you can't really see what's written there, and that's her life story. And pretty much, High Priestess is carrying those type of magical energies within herself. Obviously, the moon is the planet of indication. Now, also, moon is represented in the moon card in tarot, right? Which is, if I'm not mistaken, going to be number 18. Now, how usually it is seen, there is the moon and there is a dog and there are crabs coming out of the water. And actually, the dog is scared of the crabs. But what should happen, the dog should be realizing that he is more powerful than the crabs are. So he shouldn't be scared. And there is a crossroad going on. Which way am I going to go? So now, because moon also talks about your fears in the chart. Okay, so taking it further. Moon, if it's in a fire sign, it is going to be linked to the 2 of Wands in tarot. And if moon is in a fire sign, it is going to be showing power struggles within the family. I've got moon in fire signs. I've got moon in Sagittarius. In my family, this power struggle was always there. Now, my moon has got a conjunction with Jupiter and Uranus and Neptune. So it's a little bit more. But my grandma always threatened my father that she was going to commit suicide if I got taken away from her. And that's pretty much the Uranian and the Neptunian and even the Jupiterian energies. Because Jupiter is the planet of exaggeration, right? The greediness. Neptune could be this seductive energy, and obviously Uranus is these extreme situations. So Moon usually indicates power struggles within the family. Moon in water signs, that's going to be Two of Cups. Now, if you think about water, water is all about bonding, right? It's all about emotions, connections. So the Moon in water is going to be talking about emotional bonds, losses, somehow love-related matters, or any type of turmoil going on in love, in love matters. So if you've got Moon in water, somehow love was a big focus in either in previous lives or somewhere in your family lineage. Now, if you, for instance, spot Moon being always in water signs in your own family, somehow the native has got issues with love. And obviously the sign position, the house position could be giving even more information how that love issue is going to be manifested. Moon in air signs is going to be the Two of Wands cards. So that's usually depicted with having someone holding a sword which is pointed towards the sky. Now, obviously, sword has got two sides. So usually the Moon in air signs are going to be talking about family. Air is all about communication and conflicts. So it's usually talking about family feud. It's like the Romeo and Juliet type of energies, that the two family had their own argument and they were not able to accept the love. So there is always an element of interference going on with Moon in air signs. Arguments, family drama. Now, Two of Swords, going back to, Two of Swords, the sword is obviously a very Marsian energy and it's pointing towards. So that could also be an indication of some sexual type of scandal going on, because the sword, Mars, would be an erected penis, the symbolism of an erected penis pointing towards the sky. So in many cases, it could be a sexual type of drama or something to do with, especially with the air signs. It could be an indication of early birth again, or getting together with someone the family doesn't approve at all, and so forth. And then we've got Moon in Earth sign, which is going to be Two of Pentacles. And Two of Pentacles, there is a man or a lady, we can't really decide on the card because actually we can only see the back of the person, but there is two roads ahead of the person, and then they need to decide which way they go. So it's a kind of a crossroads type of element. Now, it is talking about family resources. It talks about actually the prince who wants to go and find a way to make his life complete. So it could be talking about some type of financials, some type of family resources, or I'll give you an example. For instance, you are coming from a duke type of family, and then the throne is given to you, or lands are given to you to maintain them. These type of things could be belonging to the moon sign. But usually there could, if the moon is attacked, there could be element of arguments over family resources. So for instance, inheritance, money, uh, um, houses, flats, cars, whatever it is. Okay, so let's dive into this moon a little bit more. I'm gonna come back to that. I don't know why I put it there, but I'm gonna be there. So, moon in Aries or in first house. Now, this could be quite challenging for her because obviously Aries is not really a receptive sign. Aries is quite a forceful energy in nature. And obviously, moon represents the past. So if I want to be nostalgic, don't push me towards the future. But Aries is always looking ahead, right? Moon is always looking backwards. Even if you think about how the crab is, it has got this funny moving going on. So that's why we say with the moon that it has got she has got a tendency to go one step ahead and then two step backwards because moon is being scared. If moon is indicating the mum, then it can be quite a domineering type of mum, quite assertive, quite an overbearing nature, someone who knows how to get things done. It could be even sometimes a little bit of a blackmailing going on with the money. But it could be the mom who is loving, quick-tempered, could be quite funny, someone who is quite active. Now, Aries is the sign of survival instincts. So it could be an indication that the mom had to grow up quite quickly. Because moon is in the first house, which is going to be one of your grandma, we might be talking about the grandma, and then the mommy, your mommy, is bringing those traits from the grandma. First house is the house of health as well, and your perspective. So this moon might be an indication that you are taking on your grandmother's, one of your grandmother's perspective quite a lot, and you can be quite similar to that lady yourself. Aries is the sign of anger. It could be talking about unresolved anger going on within you. It could be talking about quarrels. Aries is the sign of fights. So there could have been quite loads of, tension going on in the family. Sometimes because moon is not really a quarreling type of energy, so it could be talking about burst of anger within or rage within the person, but it's not necessarily coming out. And then when the last straw comes, then there is like an emotional release, which can end up in, in fights or in, shouting, screaming, whatever Aries is good at. Moon in Taurus or second house. Now we know that Taurus is, let's see, Moon in Aries, and my mom was very loving, but very quick-tempered, assertive, overbearing, anger. She has high blood pressure. Yes, Aries rules blood. So Moon being there could be high blood pressure. And she had to grow up quickly. Exactly, Aries. Aries is the survival instinct. So we have to grow up quite quick or our life is going to get kind of, it's going to collapse. Now we've got Moon in Taurus. That's going to be an exalted position for Taurus. Moon is very peaceful here. It's a Venus ruled sign. Venus is the planet of peace and harmony. So Moon is pretty much trying to create peace and harmony. Because Moon is in Taurus, it does not mean that you're not going to have family issues going on. Obviously, there can be bad aspects going towards Moon. So that could be an indication of some tension. But because the mummy is trying to be so pleasing and peaceful, sometimes they've got the tendency to not being able to cope anymore. Therefore, a little bit of a giving up going on as well sometimes with this moon. Now, What the bigger issue is probably here with Moon in Taurus is that the mommy is really trying to become a great hostess of the family. So cooking foods, you know, the best cake ever, the best Sunday dinner, and so forth. And because we're talking about an earth sign, which is Taurus, which is not so great at emotional expressions. They are very good at touching and hugging and all these type of things, but the actual I love you bit could be a little bit of a challenge. So maybe the emotional side of moon is kind of grounded here. Remember, Taurus is a fixed earth. Fixed means stubborn. Earth means survival. So the mummy's thoughts are definitely around survivors quite a lot. And everyone can survive without a little bit of an emotion, right? So the main priority is to have food and money on the table, to be able to provide what my kids need. Yeah, so that's pretty much one of the downfalls of having Moon in Taurus. Now, once I watched a film yesterday, Bad Mom's Christmas, I think it's called, and actually one of the ladies pretty much reminded me of a Moon in Taurus because she wanted to have the perfect Christmas for her children, but she didn't really realize that that's not what the children want. The children want fun. But all she did was plenty of food on the table, beautiful Christmas decoration, um, and so on. And that she didn't really check the needs of the children. And sometimes this can be the problem with Moon in Taurus. It's a fixed energy, so they've got a fixed idea about how, for instance, this Christmas dinner should be run, and obviously other people might have different needs. Now, also the mom has got a tendency to become quite indispensable, or they are trying to make themselves as important as possible. That could be also a little bit of an imbalance going there. Again, remember, we're talking about second house, which is going to be the step sisters and step brothers. So moon can be actually an indication here of not step sisters, sorry, half sisters. So second house could be an indication how your relationship is with your stepson, with that moon in Taurus. Moon in Gemini, or third house. Now, third house is going to be the house of siblings, and Gemini as well. So we might be talking about one of your siblings here. But obviously Moon generally talks about family. So Gemini is very restless, right? So mommy is running around, mommy is kind of never available, mommy is always on the phone, mommy is always busy, mommy is pretty much about rationalizing her feelings. So when it comes to expressing those, Gemini has problems with expressing their feelings. Gemini is very good at talking. Obviously, there's the sign of communication. However, just to a certain extent, it's communication sometimes a little bit superficial. The mommy can be easily distracted. And yesterday in that film, I've also seen this, Moon in Gemini, because there was another mom who kept forgetting about her daughter, to pick up her daughter from school, or to buy the guitar what the baby wanted for Christmas, because she was so busy with work. Obviously, Gemini is the planet, a sign of mind. So the mommy's mind is very occupied, a little bit scattered, or there is sometimes inconsistency going on as well. Sorry, I can't even talk anymore. Um, Yeah, so that could be sometimes even the mom is not even there. So the mom could flee away or disappear from the picture. This could be actually an indication that the sister, the older elder sister, is going to raise you, or actually it could be one of your aunts as well, which can belong to the third house. For the family, the love and hate relationship could be um, one of the traits here. So sometimes the family is so much together, and then sometimes they are pulling apart. Moon in Cancer or fourth house. So now we're talking about a domicile position, right? So domicile means that Moon is the ruler of Cancer. As we said, as I said about Moon, Moon tends to be looking back all the time. Moon has got a tendency to worry a lot, sometimes irrational thoughts as well in the family. Somehow the mom learned that the world is scary and no one can be trusted. So they they could be expressing an element of shyness or less communication. They usually talk with emotions. Um, they definitely want to be the perfect mom, so they have got that same tendency, just like the Taurus, but they are trying to express their perfectness with emotions. So they cuddle the child a lot. Um, Sometimes they even mention their fears to the child as well. Um, and it's because they want the child to get ready for the scary world. Obviously, they cuddle because they love the child, but they also want the cuddle because they want to feel secure as well. In many cases, mommy has got anxiety issues, or the primary caretaker has got anxiety issues. Anxiety could be running from the great grandparents as well, because we're talking about fourth house. Um, the native pretty much has got this very strong connection to the family. They want to belong to a family. If they don't have their own family, then I mean, if let's say you might have got, let's say, Uranus conjunction Moon in the fourth house, you might have been abandoned as a child, and then in that case, you want to create a family for yourself so that you could feel safe. Moon here could be also indication of coming from a big family, so plenty of kids, for instance. And the mummy is trying extremely hard to be able to, comfort everyone. And therefore, she's not paying attention to herself quite a lot. Moon here has got a tendency to get older a lot quicker than any other signs. Same with Capricorn as well, actually. Also, because we're talking about fears here, it is pretty much affecting their emotional their decision making. Sometimes they base their decisions on emotions. And obviously, if they are very fearful, they might not be making the right decision, the right choices. So, for instance, if Venus is present as well, actually, there could be a wrong love choice going on. Moon in the fifth. Well, we're talking about a very colorful person here with plenty of talents, but we also know that the fifth house rules drama. Leo is pretty much of an attention seeker, and they've got the tendency to, heighten the energy so that the attention definitely falls on them. Leo is a very proud mom here, so definitely wants to show off. The child has to have the best car, the best food, the best school. The child needs to be going to study circles, maybe playing the piano, whatever it is. And obviously, it is kind of an element of wanting to show off as well. Usually, the family lineage is creating something great, something they have managed to accomplish. And it is expected from the native as well to step into that greatness somehow. In many cases, Moon in Leo, mommy could have had a love affair, and also mommy could have had a divorce as well. And then this could be an indication here where, for instance, the stepdad falls in the picture. Moon in the 6th. So Virgo is a very shy sign, right? And Virgo definitely has got some issues of projecting their emotional needs. So mommy can be here a little bit emotionally distant. Hardworking, definitely. Working 70 hours a week easily, because Virgo is the sign of service, so I want to provide as much as I can for my children. Mommy has got plenty of goals. The question is whether she can achieve those or not, because they tend to be working so much. They are always focusing on the little things rather focusing on the bigger picture. With Virgo, there is always a defensive mechanism going on, because mommy doesn't want to get hurt. Now, usually the mommy gets betrayed here. There is a loss in the family. There is a very perfectionist type of family. So the expectation set towards, mom was very high. And mommy can be a little bit methodical. Virgo is all about scheduling things, doing the same things at the same time. Now, Moon here could be an indication of a loss of a mom, for instance, from childhood illness. If you've got Moon in the 6th house or in the Virgo, and then if you've experienced such thing, maybe put the comment below, please. But it could have been running in the family as well. Now, for instance, this could have happened with the sister or the brother of your father, for instance. That could be the case, or the sister or the brother of your mother as well. It could be an indication of a loss of a child as well, somewhere in the family. And then you are bringing those karmic signatures from there. Moon in Libra, or 7th house. So Libra is a relationship-oriented sign, right? So mommy can have hardship to stay alone. There is an element of codependency going on. Elizabeth says that she's got Moon in the 6th house and she got sick a week after her birth. That continues. And do you know anything, Elizabeth? Something similar in the family lineage, maybe coming from your parents, sisters and brothers? That could be also an interesting, got the sickness from your mother. Would be interesting to see if the sister of the mother had something similar going on as well. Something to do with a loss of a child, a termination of a pregnancy, and so forth. Because you might be bringing something from there. Okay, so Libra is a very relationship-oriented sign, and they've got hardship to stay alone, and somehow, if it's an attacked moon, maybe mom experienced injustice going on in her love life, for instance, or even injustice coming from the grandparents, usually from the from the husband's parents. The husband's parents don't want to accept her. The husband parents might feel that she's a gold digger, and that's the reason why she wanted to get married to this person. We're pretty much talking about a very formal family, so you can't express your ideas, you can't express your you know, desires. You need to stay formal. You can't have more than one glass of wine, for instance, in front of the grandparents. Um, but usually this mom, your mom, if you've got moon in Libra, is very supportive towards relationship. And exactly the reason because she doesn't want to experience the same what she experienced from relationship. Okay? How do you combine the house and the sign, Tanya? So when we got to the Capricorn energy, then try to get the Capricorn energy and the Aries energy. But I'll give you a tip here. Both of them are cardinal. So when we speak about the elements separate, the cardinal is going to be talking about origin and survival instincts. Now, both of the signs are leadership. So both of the signs are go-getters. So there could be an element of leadership issue going on, for instance, somewhere in the family lineage. And therefore, there could be elements of clashes because of leadership problems. That could be one of the manifestations. Elizabeth, yes, I remember now. My mother's adopted mother could not have children. She could have reproduced miscarriages. Oh yeah, so that could be something to do with adopted mother. So that would be the 7th house. So you said you've got moon in 6th house or in Virgo. It would be interesting to see where 7th house also is. I mean the ruler. And how it is connecting to the moon, for instance. Is there an opposition and a square going on, or even a conjunction? That could also be the case. Maybe it's in Scorpio, maybe it's in Taurus. The ruler of the 7th can be in detriment or fall as well. These would be my guesses there. Moon in Scorpio. So now this is not a favorite position for moon, as you guys, I'm sure you guys know. It shows a disconnected family. It shows that the family has gone through plenty of pains and they had to deal with emotional pains themselves. Actually, it could be an indication of a sexual abuse in the family. It doesn't necessarily mean it's you. It could be running somewhere in the family, but remember, your subconscious is remembering all these. Scorpio is the sign of secrets. Some type of secret is running through the family. And when we talk about North Node and South Node, that is going to help you even more to identify what was going on. There is an element of subconscious guilt going on with having Moon in Scorpio. Usually a tragic loss. Usually it could be actually an indication of losing a parent at an early age. Now, what does early age mean? If you're talking about a very strong Cancerian, maybe age of 30 is very early as well. Talking about maybe an Aquarius, very strong Aquarius energy, you know, age of 15, 18 could be very early. Around 30, probably that's not too early for an Aquarius already. But somehow Moon, the mom carries a burden, a family burden here. And obviously Scorpio is an emotional sign, so they've got plenty going on. But for them to feel is very painful. And therefore, sometimes they just sweep things under the carpet. They don't want to remember those. Both my dad and my mom have Moon in the 7th house. So interesting. And where is your Moon? For instance, Barbara, I can't remember. You've got in Pisces, right? You've got Pisces Moon in the 2nd house, maybe? Oh, I can't remember. Oh, you've got in Scorpio as well. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you've got Moon in Scorpio. Okay. Mummy, because Scorpio is the sign of intensity. Mummy can be a little bit secret. I mean, Mummy can be secretive, yeah, but Mummy can be very intense as well. This could be coming from somewhere, because Scorpio is obviously a Plutonian energy. This could be something to do with 4 generations before as well, actually. Now we're talking about sexuality. So 4 generations down the line, someone could have been lesbian or gay, and that's the burden what is carried. As I said, they could have lost a child or lost a baby somehow, or the baby could have been coming from a kind of illegal love affair, and so on. Moon in Sagittarius or 9th house. Sagittarius is a very adventurous sign. Let's see some of the comments you guys had. Mine is in loads of secret in my family. She keeps a lot to herself. It drives some of my siblings crazy. Barbara, she can have some type of element of guilt going on. And that's why she doesn't want to talk about it. Moon in Scorpio in the 12th house, conjunct Uranus. Elizabeth, did you get abandoned? Did you kind of grow up quite quickly and then leave the family nest? The 12th house is going to be talking about the collective womb. So that could be an indication that you might have been born a little bit earlier, for instance. We're going to get to the moon in 12th house anyway, shortly. The moon in Sagittarius or 9th house. So Sagittarius is a very adventurous sign. You can't pin Sagittarius down for too long because they get easily bored. Obviously, they are information hungry, so they need more and more, you know, stuff coming around them. Mom can be ahead of their time here. Mom doesn't want to fit any type of mold. And therefore, this could be the problem because the family seems to be coming from a type of religious beliefs. And then mommy can be somehow the black sheep, for instance, because she wanted to expand her horizon. Now, this could also be an element of family conspiracy going on, running through. I've got moon in Sagittarius, and this family conspiracy was always at present. So I'm not even gonna get there. With Sagittarius, I want to see the world quite an early age. So maybe the mom got married quite an early age, as Sagittarius being the sign of holy matrimony. Yeah, and Sagittarius, yeah, has got this motto of the grass is always greener at the neighborhood. So it could be an indication of some element of cheat as well. Sagittarius is not really a type of energy who wants to settle down that easily. They first need to grow up. Remember, Sagittarius rules Pisces as well, so they've got this dreamy type of energy around them. Yeah, that's Sagittarius. Now, if you think about the Sagittarius as a symbol, we're talking about cantors, right? We're talking about half sisters and, I mean, half human and half animal. So Moon has got a tendency to show both of her sides at the time. So Moon tends to be a little bit two-faced here. Yes, Mummy can be very opinionated, for instance. Not necessarily strong-headed, but there is an element of strong-headedness going on there. Because 9th house is the house of opinions, and therefore she might have got issues of changing her opinions. When she realizes that she made a mistake, she might not want to admit that. Moon in Capricorn. we're talking about a traditional family. The family can be quite narrow-minded as well. Obviously, we're talking about structure, we're talking about achievement. So this could be a family when, for instance, you have to go to a boarding school because that's what the family used to do. And therefore, or you have to go to different study circles. Therefore, in many cases, the native doesn't have a childhood. Obviously, we're talking about a very responsible family. They always chasing, you know, not necessarily just fame, but they want to do extremely well. They want to create a secure life for their children, but Capricorn has got the tendency to emotionally distance themselves. They are not so receptive. Obviously, the family or the mom is very hardworking, very responsible, but maybe she had to grow up very quickly. Capricorn is the sign of age. Mommy is coming from the family where there were plenty of expectations set for her. So either the mommy doesn't have a great childhood, or you might be, as a native, or restricted. You know, it's not so much about having fun, running in the garden or chasing, I don't know, snails or whatever you want to do as a child. Somehow you are so busy with your own little things, or maybe you are left alone quite a lot as well. This could be the case when there is babysitters around rather than the mom, because the mom has to achieve her goals. Rina says she's got moon in Capricorn, so I'm just wondering how does that play out, for instance, with her. Obviously, helping planets such as Jupiter and Venus take away so much of this edge here. But somehow the lack of emotional receptiveness, which is the biggest problem with this moon in Capricorn. Now, Capricorn is indicating, plus the 10th house as well, indicating great-grandparents. So it could be coming from there too. It's kind of like inherited case. Moon in Aquarius. Someone did mention they've got moon in Aquarius. So Victoria, I have moon in Capricorn. I do have good. I do have good grandparents, specialist grandfathers. What do you mean by specialist grandfathers, Victoria? Oh, especially grandfathers. Yeah. The grandfathers could be a little bit different, especially within age, because emotionally Capricorn tends to become more mature with age, and therefore they realize what a child needs. So with grandparents, with grandparents, sorry, they're usually more child orientated because they realize they didn't give enough emotional support, for instance, for their own children. So there is an element of compensation going on. But then in that case, I would say definitely there is an element of issue with the mom somehow in that sense. Okay, moon in Aquarius. So Aquarius is the sign of friends. So the mom could be not at present, for instance, and then somehow you are, or the mommy is around, but then you are always passed on to friends or siblings and so forth. Because mommy is chasing a little bit of the freedom, for instance. It could be a strong-willed mother, for sure, emotionally detached as well. So Aquarius is all about, someone said it, I don't want to speak bad, I don't want to use bad language, but someone said, last week on a YouTube video, that, for instance, moon in Aquarius could be the energy where I don't give a damn type of feeling about what other things. I live my life to the fullest the way I believe it should be. So mommy can be quite eccentric, for instance, here. The native could feel quite separate from any type of family units because the native somehow is unique. Moon can be here quite emotional distant, as I said. So Moon's nurturing skills are not too great. There also can be an element of scandal going on in the family. So a sudden breakup, or maybe someone gets pregnant and then they got left and they have to raise their child alone. That could also be the case here. But there is an element of emotional detachment going on in the family somehow. Moon in Pisces, which might not be the easiest one to deal with, because we're talking about the house of karmic debts. 12th house is, we can call it as the house of karma, as well as the 6th house. So I think Rena mentioned, and maybe Elizabeth did give Moon in the 6th house. Not an easy position with 12th house as well, because it means that you are paying someone's karmic debts back. So the sooner you figure out who it is, the easier your life becomes. So Moon in the 12th house is an indication of ancestral burdens. You have to deal with their mistakes they made. You kind of have a karmic contract with the universe that you're going to be setting those and you're going to make it right. Now we're talking about Pisces and Virgo axis, which are the service signs. Usually you have to do that through spirituality, helping other people. Because Pisces is an escaping sign. Moon is the mother. So the mother is trying to escape from responsibility, first of all, or just trying to escape from realities for a moment. Therefore, the mom could have been a victim of abuse. There could have been drug issues in the family lineage, anything to do with alcohol or medicine could be also the case. The family could have backstabbed you. That could be, we're talking about emotional extremes in Moon in Pisces or in the 12th house. Usually the family lives in denial. Now, the 12th house is also the house of chronic illnesses. It might be an indication that you have to look after your mom because she's got chronic illnesses. Most probably that is something to do with some karmic lineage, and then you are here kind of to break that karma. It's going to be kind of your duty to clear that up. And once you figure out, you might cure your mom as well. Yes, it's not an easy position to deal with. I've got a friend of mine, he's got Moon in Pisces in the 1st house. We're talking about, and the ruler of Pisces, Jupiter, is in Sagittarius in his chart. I think, oh yeah, it's gonna be in the 10th house. The mom is a huge believer. He's God-feared. But somehow, this guy turned to drugs. He wanted to escape from reality. So when I had a look at him, and then he was sex addict as well. So all these type of things was going on. And he couldn't, when we went back and then had a look at his chart, basically what I've seen is that there was that one of the members of the family got raped. So when he asked his mom, actually the mom said not just rape, but then later on the lady committed suicide. because she couldn't really deal with all these emotional turmoil. And that was his mom's sister. Yeah, usually the mom needs to kind of sacrifice herself to her children as well. We're talking about Pisces, we're talking about 12th house. They needed to make certain element of sacrifices in order for the children to have the life they wanted. One of the biggest mistake, in my opinion, but that's just my opinion. Okay, so not an easy position to deal. Let's see. What comments you guys are making. Yes, my mom was a victim of abuse. She abused pain meds later in her life from a chronic illness. Could be the case, yeah. I know someone with moon in Scorpio in 12th house, all absolutely true. Any remedies for this? You know, because moon sacrifices themselves here. First of all, they've got the tendency to not report, not telling anyone. They keep it inside. Because they've got also that element of guilt. What if I created this? So it's a very interesting one to see. I think remedy could be maybe a family constellation. I am a firm believer of that, trying to give that karma back to whoever it belongs. To clear those channels within yourself, I think could be hugely important. Yes, we did all that. We had to look after our mother. I feel the burden that I should have saved my mother. I'm sorry to hear that, Elizabeth. I mean, yeah, there is an element of wanting to save her with Moon in Pisces. Remember, Pisces wants to save everyone. And maybe it's your karmic duty as well to save her or to have saved her. But if it's too late, then maybe think about how you could save, you know, your future lineage, what you can do in case. Maybe you want to take on some charity work. Maybe you want to, you know, dedicate a day of your life when you are part of these type of groups, giving them a hand or emotional support and so forth. Yeah, Moon in Pisces can be very emotionally attached. Actually, in that film I watched yesterday, I think I've seen the Moon in Pisces as well. Pisces is the sign of losses. So basically, I think it's called Bad Mom's Christmas or whatever it's called. The mom of the daughter lost her husband, and she got emotionally detached to the daughter so much that basically she was living in her bum. She could not separate herself from the daughter because she was looking for that emotional fulfillment from someone else. So it got to the point where she wanted to move next door, or she wanted to move to the attic, and so forth. Because she just couldn't cope alone. And that's very typical in Moon in Pisces, for instance, for a mom. So one of the things we can do here is to try to create a life for the mom, to put them back into life. I think that could be a remedy here. Great. Moon aspects. So before yeah, let's go with the moon aspects. Yeah. Let's see what someone says. So when siblings have different moons, is it safe to say that their moon sign explains the experience that the person has had with their mom? Yeah, it's interesting to say, but I had a client of mine. They've got different. We're talking about twins. They've got different moon signs. Um, one has got Aquarius moon, and the other one has got moon in Pisces. because they were born 15, 20 minutes apart, and then the moon actually just over 5 minutes after the first born. And they've got completely different picture with the mom. But I've seen it so many times talking to sisters and brothers, and they've got different picture of their moms. One says, no, this is the best mom ever. And the other one says, no, not at all. So remember, the moon sign is going to be an indication of what type of nurturing you need. A moon in Aquarius needs a friendly mom. They don't want these cuddles, and they don't want all these type of things. They want more like a friend who is going to listen to them. But maybe a Pisces is going to be someone who is, giving all those hugs and undivided attention and emotional attachment and so forth. So it's definitely worth having a look, Barbara. So moon and sun. So now let's bring it together. So what we said, the sun can be the father and the moon can be the mother figure. So actually a challenging aspect could be an indication that the parents were attracting exactly the opposite they wanted. If it's a square, there is usually a tension. And if it's an opposition, I've seen that. Obviously, their personalities are completely different. But I've also seen that somehow they kind of had to get married because of a third party. So oppositions usually talk about a third party anyway. So it could be either because the parents wanted the marriage to happen, or it could be something to do with an outside force, really, whatever you think of. Maybe money, if it's in the second and the eighth house. Maybe a child, if it's in the fifth and the 11th house. Maybe it's in the fourth and the 10th because of social status, and so forth. So when you have a look at the aspect between sun and moon, it's very important to have a look whether it's a separating or an applying aspect. So if you guys don't know what separating and applying aspect is, then I'm going to show you. So let's have a look at this chart here. Here, Mercury is applying an aspect to Pluto. Why? Because Mercury is the faster planet. Mercury, spends 21 days in one sign. Pluto spends between 12 to 32 years. Mercury moves faster. So Mercury is going to reach that Pluto within 2 degrees. Well, less than 2 degrees, actually. Yeah, it's almost 2 degrees because 26, 27, and 28, 30. So there is an applying aspect going on there. Now, for instance, someone had a question, and this is time to explain when Uranus gets activated. For instance, that Pluto-Mercury opposition got activated at the age of 2, about 3 weeks before the birthday. So we're talking about March, mid-March, that got activated there. So Pluto, I don't know whose chart it is, but if you remember what happened around the age of 2, which you might not remember, but anyway, this is on the relationship axis. So we're talking about maybe your immediate relationship with your own environment, talking about second and eighth house, which talks about your self-worth. We're talking about belongings, possession. We're talking about Mercury, which could be a sibling. Pluto can be something to do with birth and death. So that could be the case there. This is interesting. Anyway, whatever happened there, when that Mercury activated Pluto, it caused in the native an element of emotional turmoil, psychological blockage. Let's say, why, if it's a loss of a sibling, that's obvious why. If it's a birth of a sibling, that's kind of obvious as well, because the child is not going to get so much attention anymore. Now, it could be somehow related to food because it's in the second house. Maybe this child is going to be the second who gets the food and just crying, I'm hungry, I'm hungry, I'm hungry. Or maybe this is the time when this baby is not getting any more milk from the mom because it all goes to the little sibling. Um, Obviously, if you think about a 2-year-old baby, we're talking about food here with the second house, nothing else. So this is the period when the very first, like, how to say this, the very first critical point, which is Pluto, get activated in the chart because of the survival instincts. So that was just an interesting one to feel. I mean, I would love to know how does that play out now in financials, for instance. With Pluto in the second house, sometimes goes extremes. Have got plenty of money, next moment I don't have anything. And then obviously the fears are switching on when I don't have so much on my saving account, second house. And maybe that moment gets triggered. Hold on, I didn't get food when I was 2 years old. I hope you guys understand the logic behind. Great, let's see. Victoria says, Moon square Sun, parents clash in personalities, and it manifests for me that I would be one or the other. With Sun and Moon square, what I've also seen is that the native needs to take sides. And that's how it manifests in the native's life. And somehow it is causing issues that they need to take sides. I would love to know, Victoria, how that plays out. If I didn't want to be like my mom, codependent, I would go to exact opposite and be like my dad. I was like, I don't need a man for anything, attitude all through the 20s. Age of 2, my little brother was coming on the world. Oh, so it's yours, Victoria. Okay. Yeah, there could be definitely Pluto and Mercury. And then Mercury again gets activated at the age of 6 as well. So that's interesting to see also how it plays out. But probably that's something to do with maybe school as well or education. So to answer the question how Uranus gets activated, by solar arc, each of the planet moves 1 degree a year. And then when something hits Uranus, that's going to be the first moment when Uranus got activated in your chart, by square, oppositions, or conjunctions. So when the Uranus gets activated, maybe that's when your individuality starts coming out. Maybe that's going to be the period where you kind of get like you have to become independent. You know, maybe that's going to be the time when you kind of have to grow up and live alone, or maybe the family is going to be traveling. It really depends what house position you're talking about. My financial is extreme, entrepreneur, so I do get paid in big and small. I also live humble, live in RV. I like to survive. I like the survival technique in life. Live like minimalist. Age 6, my parents broke up. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about Saturn in Scorpio, which is talking about um, intimacy issues, some type of blockages. Scorpio is the sign of soulmate connection, so that could be bringing a hurdle in there. And then obviously, interesting to say, Victoria, but I don't want to spend so much time just yet on a chart, but I would say that one of the karmic signatures you bring in here from is that you projecting this onto yourself, that it was your fault. Because it's the 3rd and the 9th house, it is in there. Great. Any questions on so far? How do you know when the natal Uranus gets activated? So I replied to that one. I love using solar arc. For the moon placement, which one is stronger, the house or the sign? A very good question, Nahid. So the sign is always going to be showing the circumstances, and the house is always going to be showing maybe where things are happening. So they are equally important. So for example, moon in Cancer in the 10th house. So the moon is going to be showing you the qualities of the event. So maybe something is happening with the mom. How it's going to be happening, that's going to be Cancer, and where it is in 10th house. So maybe it's something to do with in her own home, maybe at work, and so forth. Yes, yes, Maya. So that's what I'm going to be getting into. So when it comes to the reason why I showed these aspects, how to determine them. So obviously always the faster moving planet is going towards the slow moving planet. That's going to be a applying aspect. Applying aspect is going to be an indication that you might be aware of the issue. So I think Victoria, your name is, we had a look at Victoria's chart. She is aware of this karmic signature. However, when we talk about separating aspects, then she might not be. So what she might not be aware here with that Pluto and Mercury opposition, that the little brother came because he was meant to be the savior of the relationship between the mom and the dad, Libra and Aries. She might not know that because of sorry, because obviously Pluto is separated from Mercury, so from the other side, if it makes sense. Yes, Maya. So that could be hidden because it's behind you, exactly. Now, obviously, with Pluto, which is the planet of destroys, I guess he couldn't have saved that relationship. Probably it made it even harder because probably they had financial trouble going on as well at the same time. That would be my guess here. I hope this makes sense. Wow, no, I didn't. Very interesting. He didn't save it. So that seems to me that seems to me that the relationship has been quite rocky after a while, which started around the age of 2, I guess. Okay, great. Guys, let's have a look at a couple of minutes break. I need to recharge my water, ran out. So every 1.5 hours, I want to be having a little bit of a break so that I can carry on talking because my mouth is getting tired. So I'll see you in a few minutes, okay? I'm going to show you, Eva, one more. I'm going to show you examples. How long we're going to be? I planned it for 5 hours, and I'm going to try to fit everything into 5 hours. But we've got 60 more slides left, and I want to show you examples as well. So I'm going to speed up a little bit. Yes, I'm back. Just a quick moment to stretch my bones. I was I wanted to ask at the beginning, but I forgot if I can allow someone to record as well, just to be on the safe side. Maybe one of my students. I think I can allow to record. No? Barbara, can I allow you to record as well, and maybe someone else, in case something happens? Oh, you are at work. Maya, can I allow you? Oh, Barbara, I can. Oh no, I can't allow here. Only I can allow when it's like private sessions, not webinars. Okay, no problem. Let's bring up another chart as an example, and then we can move on. So let me bring up this chart here. Not that one. Great. Does anyone want to give a go with me? Then if yes, then put your hands up and then we can have a look at the chart together. Someone is hands up. I cannot see the hand though. Oh yeah, Sonia. Hi, Sonia.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. I have my cats here with me.
Good. So let's have a look at, so I'll give you something to have a look here. Maybe it could be interesting to see, oh yeah, maybe it could be interesting to see the Pluto, the Venus and the Pluto conjunction. So is it an applying or separating aspect?
Venus and Pluto.
Yeah, that's right.
That would be, I would say, applying, right?
Yeah, because Venus is the far star, so Venus is going to be reaching up to Pluto in 5-degree time, right?
Right.
Great. So that means that around the age of 5, something Plutonian and Venusian energy could have happened in the 8th house matters in a Libra way. So what do you think could have happened there?
Oh, well, it's in the 8th house. So it could have been something to do with sex, I would think. Or power struggles.
Both happened there. What's Pluto?
Pluto is sex, drugs, death.
Yeah, very good. And Venus?
Anything to do with love, money.
Yeah. So that was the time when the girl got raped at the first time.
Wow.
With Libra, which is indication of a relationship. So obviously it's not her relationship at the age of 5. That's going to be coming from the father.
Oh.
So that's an applying one. However, if I have a look at, for instance, Moon and Pluto, Moon is the faster moving planet, and Pluto is obviously the slower. So Moon is separating from Pluto. So that could be an indication of 6 years before this native was born, a Plutonian and Moon type of energy happened to them with the mum.
Okay.
So what could have happened there? What's your guess?
It could have been some kind of separation. Did she leave, or was she put in another household?
Very good. Basically, she separated from the first husband, and then she got to know this raper.
Okay.
And that's exactly what happened there. And obviously that's influencing the native so much, because that was the moment when she got to know this new guy. And then even Pluto, because it's psychological blockages, Moon is the planet of schizophrenia and so forth. Mummy went cuckoo.
Oh, wow.
She had mental issues after. Yeah, well done, thank you.
Thank you.
So let me just mute you. Great. So I hope this makes sense how it works. Okay, so this is something the native might not be sure of, or it might not have happened in their own life. It could have happened earlier as well. That's how you differentiate the separating and the applying aspects. Okay, so did her mom move 6 years after the rape? No. So that happened before actually this native was born. Let's move on. Moon and Mercury. I'm going to speed up on the moon connections a little bit, because I think we've got the grip a little bit now. So Moon and Mercury could be talking about learning difficulties in the family. In ancient astrology, actually, Moon is connecting with speaking and writing, as well as Mercury. So this could be indication of learning difficulties, disability in the family. Now, Mercury is the planet of siblings, so there could be rivalry going on within the siblings for the attention of the mom. Or it could also be an indication that the mom has got children outside you as well. That could also be the case here. It could be showing that the mom has got mental issues going on. Mercury is the planet of short distance travel, so it could be an indication that the mom might have had to flee away or leave the family. And it could have been because of siblings. It could have been because of a young male as well. That would be Mercury also. Now, Mercury is the planet of writing, speaking, understanding, and so on. So the mom could have felt misunderstood in the family, and therefore she might have had made some choices in her life. Especially choices if there is either a Venus connection or a sextile coming towards this Moon and Mercury. The sextile would be showing what type of choices the person made. So let's say Moon and Mercury squaring, and there is a Saturn energy, a Saturn sextile coming towards, let's say, Mercury. And in that case, she could have gone away with an older man, for instance. Or if Saturn is applying to Moon, maybe she moved to a older person. Saturn usually indicates gentleman. Moon and Venus. So we're talking about money issues in the family. Venus rules money. Venus rules self-worth. So somehow the mom is not feeling worthy enough, either to upbring a child or either to stay in the family. So there is an element of escapism going on here. One of the negative interpretation could be that the mom is getting married without love, so that she could get out of the family system. Obviously, Venus is also the planet of choices. So the square indicates that I have made the wrong choice. So wherever Venus is, and then if you've got squares to it, or even oppositions, it could be talking about the choices you made, and then it might not have played out greatly. Obviously, the house position would be showing what type of, what area of life you made those choices. So, and also Venus rules the value system. So the family and your value system has got a conflict going on in the family. Moon and Mars, not a lovely position. Very intense emotional turmoil could be happening. Now, Mars is the sexual drive. Moon is actually indicating your female energies. So this could be an energy that someone got abused in the family. either physically or emotionally, because Mars also rules logic as well. Mars also indication of younger siblings, such as brothers. So it could be indication of conflict with your younger siblings, especially brothers. Mars is the planet of anger. It's talking about so much frustration within you, which is burning your soul. But Moon wants to forget about it, wants to sweep it under the carpet. So it's like a bomb, basically, a time bomb, and then at one point in the life, it's gonna explode. Also, the mom could have been accused of something. With Mars, for instance, sleeping with someone's lover, or sleeping with a husband of a sibling, for instance, or and so forth. Definitely quite a volatile connection going on between Moon and Mars here. Mars loves dominating, so it could also be indication of a dominating male figure in the chart, usually not the father, someone younger. It could be actually a younger partner of the mum. Moon and Jupiter. Now, we're talking about Moon and Jupiter. Both have got the tendency to exaggerate and then go in for indulgence. So it could be showing overindulgence in the chart. Therefore, Moon is somehow relating to obsessions. So it could be an indication of alcohol problems, for instance, in the chart. Obviously, Jupiter is the planet of greediness. So greediness over emotions, okay, very heightened emotional level it shows here. And usually the native tends to get into emotional roller coaster, basically ups and downs. Remember, it depends, also it depends on what moon phase you were born. The bigger the moon, the more drama you attract. By the way, with Mars beforehand, it could also be talking about some type of criminal matters as well. Wanted to put it there. For instance, stealing food because you had to for your survival instincts. Moon and Saturn. Now the depression comes together with your emotions. So it could be showing a depressive mom, actually. It could be showing a mom who has pulled up an emotional wall in front of her so that no one can penetrate that. It could be showing quite a cold mom in the chart. Obviously, we need to figure out why she did that. Maybe she had to grow up quite quickly. Moon is obviously the planet of mom. Saturn is the time. So maybe she didn't have enough time to enjoy her childhood. Maybe she had to look after siblings. Also, Saturn could be an indication of problems with authority figures. So maybe the mom could have had issues with bosses, could have had issues with even judges, even teachers, professors. Now, obviously, if we go back a little bit in time, maybe 100 years ago, we might not be talking about professors, but we could be talking about justice, for instance, which is pretty much, again, Jupiterian and Saturnian energy anyway. Saturn also can be indication of father. So between the mom and her father, there could have been emotional turmoil going on. Obviously, we're talking about a strict father. Maybe sometimes he lended her hand on the mom as well. So this is definitely quite a difficult position. Yes. With Moon and Uranus, as I said, Uranus usually indicates scandal. So there could be something scandalous going on in the family. It could be an indication of someone running away from the family. Uranus likes changing their place of living, and Moon is the place of living in the chart. Uranus is very unpredictable. So making unpredictable choices also could be the trait here. Uranus is the planet of volcanoes. So at one point, maybe there was an emotional burst happening within the mom. If Mars is involved, maybe a knife got picked up and the frustration happened that way. Okay, can be very, very challenging. Yeah, Moon and Neptune, a definite position of addiction. Somehow codependency, secret in the family, betrayals going on, something to do with karmic planet we're talking about. So it's an unfinished business in the family, and you might be the one who kind of have to solve that. It talks about a carryover from the past. So this is kind of a definite indication that the problem which you are having in your chart is actually coming from your ancestors. Neptune, as I said, usually talks about a good 2 to 3 generations before. Moon and Pluto, well, rage issues. Someone could have got killed in the family. Pluto, obviously, and Moon are not really getting along. Pluto is the planet of controls. So we might be talking about controlling parents, which affected your mom. But your mom could be very controlling as well. Usually, it is a sign of a protection, wants to protect you from the harsh world. In past lives, it's an indication of someone being killed. Now, when the moon is connecting to the nodes, definitely, again, very much karmic indication here. Somehow, if it's the north node, somehow there is an element of wanting to figure out what happened in the past. And if it's the south node, you are drawn towards the past. Somehow the person has got hardship of letting go of the past. It is also an indication of unfinished business. It is also an indication of you coming back here and then solving some type of family trauma. Maybe it's just an indication of you needed, going against what they did, and then you living your life in a different way. Now, nodes usually or could be indication of fated relationship. So maybe it's an indication of you wanting to sort out your partner's family karma by giving emotional support, which is moon. It could also be an indication that you're going to meet someone you already met in previous lifetimes, and then you guys are here to finish that off. But we're going to be talking about the nodes separately. Okay, I also wanted to put in the 4 main asteroids as well, because they are pretty much of a storyteller. So we've got Moon and Ceres connection going on in the chart. Now, Ceres was the very first asteroid discovered. I think it was 1800 and 1800, or maybe 1801, something like that. Ceres got discovered. Now, Ceres is very much of a nurturing energy as well, just as well as Moon. So when there is a square or opposition going on, the baby is not meeting her needs. Usually it indicates lack of food, lack of attention from the parents. Both of the Moon and the Ceres are indication of eating disorder. So that's where the lack of food comes in. Now, if there is a Jupiter involved, for instance, then the person has got a tendency to overeat. Why? Because I want to be able to compensate whatever was going on in the past life. I couldn't eat in past life, so now somehow I have to hold on to that. Especially this is true if it's happening in Earth sign. As I said, both of them are very nurturing elements. With squares, they can overdo that. So they can be it can be a smothering mother. Interestingly enough, Moon and Ceres could be talking about kidnap, could be talking about sexual molestation, sexual abuse as well. And guess what happens? The parents are ignorant towards it because they don't believe the child. Now, I want to show you how to put those in case you don't know. So when you pull up the chart, you scroll down and then you can see the additional objects. You might just need to press on the plus and then it's going to scroll down. And that's when you can put these in. So worth putting in Chiron, Ceres, Pallas Athene, Juno, Vesta. These are the first four discovered quite vibrant asteroids. And then you just go on, click to show chart, and then you're gonna be seeing that. Great. So, and then you can see that's gonna be Ceres, that's gonna be Pallas Athene, that's gonna be the Vesta sign there, and that's going to be Juno. So just familiarize yourself with them a little bit, and then it could be showing you additional information. So as I said, Ceres could be very much of a nurturing energy. Now you can see in my chart I've got a Mercury conjunction Ceres. Mercury, sorry, Mercury is the ruler of my 7th house, and 7th house is one of the grandparents. Actually, that's going to be my well, it could be it's one of your grandparents basically. It could be grandmother and it could be grandfather as well. So now one of the grandparents could be very much a smothering influence on me. Now I was pretty much like a grandmommy's boy. As I said, she was the one who raised me, and she was overly protective. She would have never ever allowed me to go out if it was dark already, or if I didn't get home by 8 o'clock. Let's say I said I'm going to be at home at 8 o'clock, and then if I was late 10 minutes, she didn't talk to me for 3 days. Now, it could be that she's overly protective. If we have a look at the other parents, grandparents, sorry, that would be the grandfather. That this also could be an element of one of the parents is showing a cold shoulder. Obviously, that would be typical as well with Capricorn anyway. Capricorn is not the most emotional sign. My grandma was not emotionally like, you know, this cuddly type of person, and my grandfather hated it. He always chased me if I was close to my grandma. Don't do that type of feeling. And now you can see that also there is a Pluto square coming towards. Pluto is the planet of power. It's coming from Libra, which is a relationship sign. So therefore, we're talking about definitely a person in the chart. And the reason why he hated that I was so close to my grandma, because when I was about 2 years old, I separated them in the bedroom. I don't want to be nasty, but I kept climbing up on his head, and then I was making poo-poo on his head. And that's how I separated them from bed. Yeah, so they could be giving you an element of extra information about what was going on. Ceres is typically actually the asteroid of agriculture. So it could be an indication of maybe one of the grandparents is doing agriculture. Now, actually, my grandparents are coming from the agricultural side of things. They were always doing gardening and working with animals and so forth. So that can be perfectly seen from the chart. Now, however, well, it's very personal, but I don't mind sharing. I got molested when I was 9 years old. But I couldn't exactly describe what was going on. And they didn't believe me. They thought I was lying. And I was attention seeking. Moving on, Moon and Pallas Athene. So Pallas Athene is like Aries, really, or is like Mars, just in a female version. So she was a very clever strategist in wars. And we're talking about a female energy, but very manly type of woman. So, and as I said, Pallas Athene is very clever. It's pretty much of again a Uranian and the Marsian type of energy. So someone extremely intellectual. So actually, it could be an element of mental problems with the mom. It could be indicating a suppressing type of female figure in the family, or even a father who has got some feminine traits going on, but an element of emotional conflict going on between the mom and their parents. And obviously, Pallas Athene is being very clever, but not wanting to express her idea because she's scared of any type of what's the word? I can't remember what the word is. So maybe she is getting told off for having her own ideas and so forth. Okay, so so somehow there is like an intellectual war going on between the parents and the native. Usually it doesn't go physical, but somehow there is that mental stress going on. With so as I said, Pallas Athene in the chart is going to be this little energy there. So now, if you have a look, the symbol, which is very interesting, you can see this square on top of that cross. Obviously, the cross usually indicates your belief system, but also the cross is coming from Venus as well, the Venusian energy. So that's where the female energy comes in. And that cross can be showing that maybe the person's way of thinking is a little bit squarey. So that's interesting to see also. So I would say with the Moon and Pallas Athene aspect, there is always, you know, we need to open our horizon, even though we feel very clever. Now, how to work with these asteroids? Usually use the conjunctions the most. Give them a 2-degree orb. Don't give them more because they're not gonna. Remember, they are not radiating light, so therefore a 2-degree orb is more than enough. And watch out for conjunctions the most, as well as oppositions or square, not so much. And I believe disregard the positive aspect of that. If Pallas Athene is retrograde, that might mean that you are not that quick minded, or you are not that quick in decision making. Repercussion, I think that was, yeah, that's the word I wanted to use, Sonia, thank you. Moon and Juno. Now, Juno is the marriage partner in your chart. So in past life, actually, and sorry, going back to Moon with Pallas Athene, actually it could be an indication of someone being lesbian, for instance, in previous lifetimes, but also could be an indication that this native was somehow a part of a group of people led by women, and they were fighting for their belief system. And that's why they had plenty of emotional as well as verbal conflict going on with others. Moon and Juno being the marriage partner. Now, this is an indication that you have been married in your previous lifetime. It could be, Juno is actually Jupiter's wife, also called Hera in the Greek mythology. Now, what was Hera doing in the Greek mythology is protecting basically the homes, protecting the women, and giving fire for them so that they could keep warm. And but what happened to Hera was that Zeus kept cheating on her. And then one day she became frustrated. And she did something about with Zeus. I can't exactly remember what it was. Anyway, the story really describes what Moon and Juno is, because there is a very needy mom here who needs more attention, usually from a husband or from the family, but she is not getting that. And therefore, she either becomes a mistress of someone, or she turns to somehow a help. Again, it could be an indication of an early marriage, could be an indication of deciding against the family's will. Now, because Moon is the planet of emotional security, that could also an indication that the mom makes sacrifices in order for providing the necessity for the family, such as food and house and so forth. I've seen in many cases actually that the mom gets into debts, for instance, with Moon and Juno, and it's all about giving, the needs for their children. Moon and Vesta. As the name suggests, Vesta, actually you could have been in a monastery before. You could have been in a religious outlets. Now, obviously the Vesta virgins are talking about virginity. So in many cases, actually the mom can lose her virginity quite a later age. With a square, for instance, that virginity could be taken with force or talked into things, or given them to a marriage proposal because of certain elements of benefits. Now, Vesta obviously is all about denial, because they denied their, obviously their physical needs in order for a greater good. And that's exactly what the mom could be doing as well, denying certain element of, of her needs, which she later on regrets. Now, Vesta is all about purity, and Moon is all about your body. So therefore, it could be indication of a body image issue as well with the mom, but it could also indicate very deep secrets with the mom. Vesta is actually in the chart where you can break your karma. In what way and how? So, because it's an indication of where you kind of need to go pure in life. So in order for you to, gain happiness and joy. So for instance, I've got Vesta in my first house. So it's something to do with my body. It's Pisces. I made some sacrifices. With knife, I could have stabbed myself because of the love matter issues, for instance. It is definitely relating to the body because there is a square going towards Moon and Jupiter and Uranus. So Moon is talking about, again, an element of, for instance, body. Moon represents also the body in the chart. Great. Then I put Psyche up. Psyche has got a really interesting story. Basically, we're talking about a woman who was madly in love with Cupid, and Cupid didn't want to show his face to her because he didn't want her to know who it is. And then they only met usually at night. So actually, Moon and Psyche could be talking about secret relationships. However, when when Aphrodite got to know what Cupid and Psyche doing, Aphrodite made Psyche ugly. Somehow, she did something with her face, and then Psyche wanted to take revenge. So in many cases, actually, it could be an indication of mom wanting to take revenge on someone. It's usually somehow hurting her so much. It could be actually indication of suicidal issues, which I believe Psyche ended up doing anyway, because she was so in love with Cupid. It could be an indication of abandonment. The mom got abandoned by someone. It could be an early love matter, which is haunting her. Usually indicates painful trials in their love life. Maya says that she's got Moon conjunct Psyche. So if you've got any information about how it played out, for instance, in your mom's case, did she have any brutal big love matter going on, and then maybe she got abandoned and so forth? That would be very interesting to see. Or maybe her mom had that. Yeah, Psyche is going to be 16, number 16. So when you want to put that into your chart, I'll show you how to do that. You go back there. There is this little menu entry, and then you just type in 16, and then click here, the chart, and then you will see Psyche written out there. Great. Obviously, Maya, it really depends what house it is as well. So that's going to be another, and what signs are as well. It needs to be taken into account. Moon and Chiron, we're talking about Chiron as an emotional wound. Usually, it is an indication of unresolved childhood trauma within the person. Maybe it's relating to mom. It could be a wound around sexuality. Chiron has got its own story as well, which is around being wounded. Chiron is all about being able to heal others, but not being able to heal yourself. So wherever Chiron is in your chart, that's where you're going to be able to help others to heal. But maybe that's going to be the, the biggest issue in your life as well, because you are not able to heal yourself. But something to do with childhood trauma, usually it's either yours or usually it's yours. That's my experience, actually. Have a look where your Chiron is. Moon and Lilith, the black moon Lilith. As I said, it could be indication of rapes. It could be indication of something to do with sexuality. Lilith had this very dark sexual energy around her. Her conception was to be able to ride on Zeus. Zeus was cheating on Hera with Lilith, but Lilith always wanted to ride on him, wanted to take control over the god. And obviously Zeus cannot afford that, so he had to hunt her down and kill her, basically. So it could be showing some type of perversion type of energies, rape, dark sexuality around somewhere in your family lineage. Great. Do you guys have got any questions? Let's see. Is this set in stone as facts regarding our moon and representation of one's mother, or it is how one perception of his or her mother? So, we're talking about energies here, Nahid. So, of course, it's not set in stone. It could be a perception, how you see your mom, or what type of feelings your mom kind of vibrated towards you. So that could be the case here. But also, as I said, moon can be the representation of how you want to be nurtured and what type of nurturing skills you've got. But also, depending on what house the moon is, we might not be talking about your mom, we might be talking about one of the relatives. So when we get to the house positions in a second, then you're gonna understand that maybe better. Sonia, yes, if Ceres is opposite the second house, especially a planet there, it could indicate lack of food. And therefore, usually what they do is, because second house, this time around, they're gonna be, going overboard with it. So they're gonna keep plenty of food. So the cupboard is usually full, or the fridge is full, especially if it happens in fixed time. The original wound, yes. Yeah, exactly. The original wound where things are, originated from. Great. Before we get into the houses, that one, we're going to be talking about derived houses. We're going to have to understand that first before we actually go into the 12th house. Great. So, derived houses. So, as I said, your natal chart is extremely good to track family signatures and lifetime in your own chart. So if I translate what derived means, it means that to receive or obtain from the source or origin. It is something which we use in horary astrology a lot. Horary is basically a question. A chart is erected for the moment of the question asked, and then we would be able to give answer for that. So for instance, I'm going to ask a question, is my mom's health going to be okay in the next 3 months? And then that's, there is a chart which we erect for that, and then a certain house is going to be able to give information about those. So how does it work? I put a picture there about the general meaning of the houses, but try to go as simple as you can. What I have noticed with my students is that, let's say 8th house, the first thing which comes to their mind is transformation. All these fancy words, but if I tell you, oh, you're gonna transform, yeah, probably you're gonna be looking at me like, Victor, what are you talking about? Okay, so go with the simple meanings of each of the houses. So for instance, instead of saying, a transformation for the 8th house, we might want to say that's the house of sex. That's the house of money. Very shortly. The 7th house, instead of talking about alliances and, conflicts, maybe you want to say other people. 7th house rules anyway, whoever you cannot really fit into the chart. Or 12th house, we usually say, oh, that's the subconscious. 12th house is the house of loss. Very simple, very simple. Somehow you need to lose something. That's why we usually say self-undoing as well, because you need to lose a personality trait and then integrate a new one, for instance. So try to go with the very easy meanings of the houses when you work with a derived system, because it can be very confusing. Now, each of the planet, each of the house indicates a person in your life. That's another very important info I wanted to put there. When there is an event coming into your life, that's usually coming because of someone rather than something. So always try to think which house could, or what the house wants to represent, what person and who the house wants to represent. So maybe I'll give you an example. 6th house is going to be representing prostitutes. That's why the pawn belongs to the 6th house. It's going to be representing co-workers, because we say that that's the house of work. Okay, the 7th house is definitely indication of a business partner, or it's going to be an indication of a partner. 8th house is, if it's a person, that's the person someone gets cheated on by. 9th house is maybe a teacher, a mentor. 10th house is a parent. 11 is a friend. 12th house is maybe a psychiatrist, maybe a nurse. 6th house could be the nurse as well, and so forth. So now what we do here is, and then we're going to spend a little bit of time here to make sure that you guys understand. Let's say you want to get information of your mom in the chart. So the mom is going to be the 10th house. The 4th house is going to be your father. Let's suppose I want to see how my mom's health is. Imagine that the 10th house becomes the 1st house of the mom. So that's going to be her rising sign. So in that case, let's suppose it's a Capricorn mom. Her health is going to be the 6th house from the 10th. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So your mom's health is indicated by the 3rd house in the chart, in your own 3rd house. Now, does anyone have a question? Because it can be maybe a little bit confusing. Are we good so far? Okay, so the 3rd house, for instance, is your mom's health. Okay, let's say I want to be seeing my father's children. That would be the 5th house from the 4th. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's going to be the 8th house. So 8th house might be talking about your stepsisters and stepbrothers. Maybe I want to be checking my dad's profession. That's going to be the 10th house from the 4th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So the 1st house is going to be talking about your dad's profession. Maybe I want to be checking my siblings, my eldest sibling, I don't know, financial situation. The eldest sibling is the 3rd house. So the financial is the 2nd. So 1, 2. The 4th house is going to be talking about the eldest sibling's financials. How that might be playing out. Does this make sense? Great. So let's have a look at a couple of examples here. What we learned so far. Let's have a look at that chart here. So one of the first things we can, let's see what we've learned so far, okay? So one of the first things we can see here is, if we want to have a look at maybe where the karma is coming from. And we can see that we've got Neptune in the 10th house. That's very prominent. And then we've got Uranus in the 9th house. Then Neptune is more prominent because we're talking about the cardinal house anyway. So that's definitely going to be a very important planet. So maybe something to do with the family lineage. Now, Neptune, what does Neptune mean in the chart? Neptune is all about spirituality, sickness, dancing, singing, for instance, medicine, being a nurse, for instance, and so forth. Now I have a look at where the ruler is, so I can gain a little bit more information about the mom. Now, the ruler is Jupiter, and that's in the 8th house. 8th house is the house of sex, for instance. So we might be talking about some type of sexual frustration going on within the mom. But remember, the mom is the 10th. That's going to be the 1st house. So the Jupiter is in the 10th house from the mom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So that's in the 11th house, which is in Libra. So what does 11th house mean? Groups of people, organization. What does Libra mean? Relationship, partnership. So that could be an indication that, for instance, she is going to get married to a friend of hers. She might have been friends before. Okay? So that's how we can read what the mummy is doing. So now we can see that the 2nd house from the mummy, there is Venus there, Capricorn. Maybe she is having some financial troubles. Capricorn is restricted, money is Venus, also 2nd house Venus. Also, it could be her self-worth as well. Mommy might be having some type of self-worth issue. Now, the sun is going to be a father indication in the chart. Father figure, Aquarius, emotional detachment. 12th house is a mystery. Actually, this native does not know her dad. She has no clue about it because the mom doesn't know it either. Now you can see that the ruler is in the 11th house, which is in the native's 8th house, and that's the house of sex. So basically, she had a sexual relationship with her friends, and then she didn't know who the dad was. And therefore, this native doesn't really know who the dad is. Now, the ruler of the mom, which we said Jupiter, has got a conjunction towards Saturn. Saturn is the planet of blockages. So it could be, again, I don't know which friend of mine is the dad of my baby. She had a couple of choices. I think she was going on with 2 friends of hers, and she just couldn't really decide which one it was. Now, interesting, because if we start having a look at what could have happened in the previous generations, obviously that would be the mom, and the 1st and the 7th house would be the grandparents. Now, one of the grandparents is also indicated by Jupiter. Jupiter is in the 8th house. Now, what she knows about the grandma, this native, that she ran away from the family because of the father being very restrictive, which you can see from Saturn. And obviously Jupiter is me, so that's the grandma. Saturn could be a father figure here. So my father is restricting my personality, and I'm going to run away, Libra, with a man so that I don't need to belong to that family anymore, if it makes sense. However, 8th house is also the house of cheating on. Saturn, Jupiter conjunction. The guy she ran away with cheated on the grandma, and then basically she got left alone. That's the story behind her. And actually, the guy ran away with a 15-year-old woman who was a friend of the grandma. So it's very interesting to see some of these patterns. I know it's kind of hard to start with, because you're going to have to turn the chart in your head and then see, start counting bits and pieces. To make it a little bit easier, for instance, we can have a look at the mom's health issues here. So that's the mom. Neptune could be talking about health issues which people might not know about. So some type of secret type of health. Now, the mom's health is going to be the 3rd house, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, there is Chiron there. Chiron could be talking about emotional wounds. Remember, Neptune is around the midheaven as well, on the rising sign of the mom. So there is talking about some type of chronic illnesses. Now, Venus is ruling the health, which is in her 2nd house, 1, 2. Now, I know that she is kind of a hypochondriac person, but she's got mental illnesses, which can be coming from the 3rd house anyway. But remember, this is how the native sees the grandma, having mental issues, 3rd house. But maybe her issues is something to do with the survival instincts. And then probably with the Neptune, what I want to do is, I don't want to remember things, so I switch off my brain and then I shove it under the carpet. Great. Does this make sense? Maybe we can have a look at someone's chart. So if you just pop in a birthday to me, and then we can have a chat online as well, I mean, live as well, so that we can see how it plays out. Who wants to give a go? No one? Because then I bring up another chart. No one is brave enough. Oh yeah, Helen. Hi, Helen. Oh.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Great, thank you. Can I get your date of birth, please?
Sure, the 26th of March, 1984.
1984. Okay. And what time?
3:01 a.m.
3:01 a.m. And where?
in Cleveland, Ohio.
Sorry,
Cleveland.
Cleveland. Is it that way I spell it?
Oh, just a second.
How do you spell that?
C-L-E-V-E. Yeah, like that. Thanks, Tanya.
Cleveland, Ohio, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, all the way down.
Okay, here you go. Great. So who would you like to have a look, Helen?
Oh, sorry?
Who would you like to have a look? Your mom or your dad?
My dad.
Let's have a look at your dad. Okay, so we've got the 4th house here. So we've seen the sun there. So we can say that, as we said, there could be quite a heroic type of that there is Ceres connection to that, which is the nurturing element. So actually this could already indicate something to do with in the family lineage with him in regards to I would be able to imagine, for instance, one of the parents being in a war and then helping others, maybe cooking or maybe something to do with providing food. That could also be the case. Now, fourth house indication of great grandparents. So we might be going back to 2 generations. If we have a look at your dad, then I would say he might be very protective towards family, and then he might be getting into some type of elements of fights as well, sometimes not necessarily physical. Obviously, sun is exalted here, so maybe we're talking about someone who has got rank as well. As I usually say, it's not necessarily always the father, because we can talk about great grandparents as well. So what do we know about your dad?
Oh, well, I'm adopted, so I have 2 options.
Okay, so therefore you don't really know your dad.
Yeah.
So it's quite hard to talk about him in that sense. What about your stepdad?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I would say actually it doesn't really seem to apply to him, maybe more to my great grandparents, I think.
Great grandparents, okay.
Yeah.
So let's say I want to be, and you know your mom, right?
Yes.
You know your mom? Okay,
Uh-huh.
so if we have a look at the mom here, which is going to be the 10th house, let's say we might want to be having a look at her second house because she's got plenty of energy going on in the second house. Pluto, Saturn, and Mars. Did she have to make plenty of sacrifices in her life? Maybe she could have been abused. Maybe something to do with food elements as well. Obviously, we're talking about very heavy planets there. So what do we know about your mom there?
My mom, she she did have a very difficult upbringing. I would say she.
Survival instincts.
Yeah.
Running high here with that second house, and I think she had to kind of make, certain choices in her life which she might not be so proud of, but basically she had to protect herself the way she could. Obviously, there is a Scorpio there, which is talking about intimacy issues as well. How old was she when she gave birth to you? Do you know?
She was 24.
24. Okay, and going on, the fourth house is very strong as well, which is going to be indication of her home environment. Now, Neptune there, which is the planet of secrets, she seems to be carrying some, and Jupiter is there as well. So there is an element of secret, family secret going on here quite a lot. And it seems to me that she's, carrying some type of family secrets, a burden which is haunting her. And that could be coming again from her parents easily, because it's Capricorn element as well. Do you know anything about her family secrets, maybe?
Well, I think one secret that would make sense is that she actually, when she gave birth to me, she thought that my biological father, was someone else, and she didn't tell anyone. She kept it a secret who my actual father was. So I would say that's a fairly big secret.
And why did she keep it as a secret? Do you know?
Yeah, I actually asked her. She said because it was, she was afraid that, she was giving me up for adoption, an open adoption, and she'd done all the paperwork and gotten this other guy to sign off on it. So she was worried the adoption wouldn't go through. She was also worried that my birth father would want to take care of me and marry her, and she didn't feel that was appropriate. She felt I should be with my parents.
I guess she definitely had some survival instinct issues.
Yeah.
So maybe she was thinking that if I gave you up, then you know, I'm going to create a better life for you. So there is an element of looking out for you here as well. And I also feel that there is an element of disapproval from the family as well. I mean, her family seems to be very stubborn, very much of a believer to a certain extent. It seems to me that the female part of the family is running the family there from her side. And they can be very stubborn, very hard-headed, to be honest. And interestingly enough, she seems to be pulling up an emotional war in front of her. Her mom could have been quite a cold shoulder as well. I don't think she received so much love emotionally, and she might have been scared of having her own daughter, because how on earth am I going to be able to provide something for her? I mean, I think her self-worth was pretty much, you know, digged deep, like destroyed to a certain extent. And this is coming from something to do with family, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know anything about her mother at all.
You don't know anything about it,
I know about her father, but not her mother. I've never heard her talk about it. So that would make sense.
Yeah, probably because she just doesn't want to remember to a certain extent. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. So just a quick example of, you know, it's not your aim to figure out exactly what was happening, but it is important to have that conversation with your client so that you can come on the same page and to see where those blockages need to be, you know, resolved. So Maya says, so the 4 from the 4th is the paternal grandfather, and the 10 from the 10th is the maternal grandfather, and so on. That's right. Please clarify. No, the 10th house is the mom and the 4th house is the dad. The 4th house is always the one who gives the security for the family. So that's the breadwinner. Okay? So therefore, that's going to be the dad. In traditional times, that was the one who worked and then created money. That's where the dad comes into the picture. Great. So I hope it makes sense how we use it. So I put a couple of more examples here. So let's say your 7th house is going to be the partner house. This is going to be the derived first house if I want to know anything about my partner. Let's say I want to know about my partner's family. So I'm going to be having a look at the 10th house, because that's going to be the 4th from the 7th. 7th house is my partner, 4th is the family. So I'm going to count 4 from the 7th. That's going to be talking about my my partner's family. Let's say I want to know about my partner's money, and everyone knows that the 8th house is the house of my partner's money, because that's the 2nd from the 7th. 7th house is the partner, 2nd is your, you know, your financials. I want to talk about my partner's health. That's going to be the 6th from the 7th house. So that's going to be the 12th. That's going to be talking about your partner's health. Okay, so the 4th house is your dad, and the 10th house is your mom. But as I said at the beginning, you want to talk about that to your client, or you want to figure out if it's right, because in this century, this might not be true anymore, because the roles are swapping up. Great. So when it comes to relatives, let's get into that a little bit. So the 3rd house is going to be your siblings. Yeah, of course, it rules your neighbors as well, but you are not related to them. So the 3rd house is going to be your siblings and your immediate environment, the one you grew up in. The 4th house is going to be your father and great-grandparents. Why? Because the grandparents are the first house. Fourth from the first is your great-grandparents. Okay, so in many cases, your parental issues might be coming from your great-grandparents rather than your parents itself. Health issues might be, your health issues might be coming from grandparents' side, or even the first house is the look and your appearance. It might be coming from your grandparents, your personal traits, your appearance. You might resemble your grandma or granddad more than your own parents. So the first and the seventh house are going to be talking about grandparents. So as Maya just commented there, the fourth house is the dads. So if I count 4 from the fourth, that's going to be the granddads from the father's side. If I count 10, which is the first house, that's going to be the grandmother from the father's side. Now, 10th house is the mom. 4 from the 10th is the first. So that's going to be the grandfather from the mother's side. And the 10th, the 7th house, is going to be the grandmother from the mom's side. I hope it's not confusing. That's why I put down grandparents, the first and the 7th house. Obviously, both grandmother and grandfather, but just from the different parental connection. The 6th house and the 12th house are going to be siblings of my parents or great-grandparents. Now, my parents, 4th house, their siblings is the 3rd from the 4th. 1, 2, 3. So that's going to be the siblings of my father, is going to be the 6th house. 10th house is the mom, 1, 2, 3. That's going to be the parents, the siblings of my mom. Great, I hope it makes sense. Or the siblings of the great-grandparents. 9th house and 3rd house going to be the siblings of my grandparents. Grandparents, 7th house or 1st, 1, 2, 3. So that's going to be the 9th and the 3rd house. Going to be ruling your the siblings of the grandparents. 5th house, obviously the children, your own children. So the 9th house is going to be ruling also your grandchildren, because the 5th from the 5th, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's going to be your own grandchildren. And the 8th house and the 2nd house could be talking about half sisters and half brothers, because 5th from the 4th. So the 4th is the dad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's going to be the dad's children. Obviously, in that case, if it's not necessarily just not fully blood related to you, then in that case, it's going to be the half sisters and the half brothers. And obviously, the very same from the mom's side as well. And that's going to be the 2nd house. Great. Guys, do you have any questions on this? Any questions, or we are clear on the right houses? Oh, good. Scorpio, mental illnesses. Could be, but mental illness is usually somehow a Mercury, Neptune energy. So Scorpio is usually intimacy issue, trust issues, rather than mental illnesses. However, if there is a Pluto and Mercury connection going on, it could be an element of that. Great. So let's just quickly run through specifically the water houses, because the water houses are the house of karma. So the water houses, I'm going to start with the 12th house because that's the most karmic house of all. And I think that's the most misunderstood house as well. Probably people usually have got issues of interpreting the 12th house. And no wonder why, because it's not easy to. Now, the 12th house is, and I'm just going to have a look at it from the karmic perspective, but the 12th house is the house of womb. It's basically the collective womb, where you come in from and what you carry from your ancestors with you. So obviously the ruler is going to be an indication for you what you are bringing from your ancestor line, as well as the 4th house, because 4th house is the family. But how to imagine the 12th house is like the last 3 hours or the last 3 months of the pregnancy of your mom. And at in the mom's belly, you start soaking up information, okay, and you start reconnecting with your ancestry line. And basically, that's where you kind of sign in your cosmic contracts. So you are in the 12th house like an emotional sponge. And that's obviously what happens with Neptunian energy, right? Because they've got very psychic abilities. So imagine the 12th house is what was going on in the last 3 months of the pregnancy of your mom, and also the first couple of hours after you were born. So what, let's say in this chart, we've got a Uranian energy there. Uranus is the sudden ups and downs. Actually, it could be an indication that they had to rush to the hospital to give birth, for instance, or oh, I had to give birth in a car, or on the way to the hospital because it's Sagittarius, and so on. The more planets you've got in the 12th house, the bigger your karmic responsibility is, to cut it short. 12th house is also about your dreams, about your subconscious. This is going to be the house where you can reconnect your ancestry line. Therefore, one of the ways you can overcome these, whatever you gain from family, is, for instance, to do meditation and then trying to go back in your meditations to discover what was going on. Another way to do that is past life regressions, which is again a 12th house meta. Hypnosis therapy. You go back in the past and then you resolve your karma. That could be an indication here. Okay. Also, 12th house is the house of losses. The reason why, because to a certain extent, yeah, there is free will, and I'm going to sign that. But to a certain extent, you still come in with an incarnation where you kind of promise that I am going to be working on certain elements in this lifetime. So it is an element of giving up your personality for the greater good as well. Pisces is, 12th house is also the house of painkillers, feeling numb. The more planet you've got in the 12th house, the more you want to kind of numb your pain, not wanting to notice it. One of the ways you can go against it is trying to clear those channels. Obviously, let's suppose you've got Pluto in the 12th house, which is quite hard to deal with. It could be an element of, it could be showing that there was already a power struggle going on within the parents before you were born. The closer a planet is to the rising sign, the more indication it has how the birth circumstances you had. So I'll give you an example. If you've got Mars around your rising sign, pretty close, it might be an indication that you had to fight for your own survival when you were born. If there's a Saturn very close by, we say that it's usually about 3 degrees. Then it could be an indication that maybe you know, the tunnel was too no, it wasn't wide enough, so they had to cut it. Or with Mars being there, maybe the mom needed to be operated in order for you to be able to survive, and so on. And obviously what happens is this is already creating an element of karma, fears within you. It's already creating, or let's suppose you've got Neptune around your rising sign. Maybe the mom needed to be seduced. Maybe, you know, and then she wasn't completely aware. That is affecting you as well because the medicine went into the body. Neptune rules medicines. The closer, sorry, the closer the planet, the more chance you've got that the circumstances around your birth was, oh yeah, not seduced, sedated, thank you. The more, you know, like, the word is doesn't come to my mind. So the closer the planet is, the more, you know, issues you could have around your birth, and then it could have left you with a karmic signature. So it's definitely very, very important to have a look at those. If the ruler of the rising sign maybe is in conjunction with any of the luminaries, so the sun and the moon, okay, then it could be an element of, you know, that you were fighting for your life, or you were just fighting for your own individuality. You wanted to discard whatever you are bringing from your karmic experiences. So 12th house is also the house of hidden enemies. You know that. It is also talking about where you what type of sacrifices you need to make in life, and so on. Pretty karmic. The main meaning I would say is what you are bringing from your family. So moon in Tanya, moon in 12th house is indication that you are here to save the women in your family. That's what you are bringing. Obviously, have a look at the closer aspect to the moon. That's going to be an indication maybe how. Okay, Uranus is maybe you need to set someone free in this lifetime. 12th house is all about giving up a little bit of your personality in order for saving others. So moon in the 12th house could be an indication that the way you're going to be saving others is by using your spiritual skills and then implementing those into your everyday life. Usually the solution is always the opposite house. Okay, so something you bring from your ancestry line that needs to be manifested in the everyday life, which is 6th house. So you're gonna have to have a look at, you know, what the rulers are, the 12th house ruler and the 6th house ruler as well. Nita says, did I see your question? No, I didn't. In my chart, stellium, when it switches to horse sign, it goes to first. I related the 12th house deeply through my life. I still believe, Nita, even if I do use horse sign house system, the planets are approaching your rising sign. So they are coming from the 12th house. We still take that into account with whole sign house system as well. So your rising sign is here, let's say this person. Neptune and Jupiter is approaching from the 12th house anyway. So it hasn't fully reached the angle. And the question here is, when they are approaching the rising sign, but how much energy they put into, you know, to be able to create or overcome that karmic experience. If it's more to do with after the first house, you've got bigger chances because you are not that reluctant. Victor, please see my question. Sun in Gemini, Venus in Gemini, Mars in Gemini, Lilith is in Taurus, all in 12th house. So what's the question, Dadella? Obviously, there is so much manifestation level. We need to see the whole chart. But you've got Sun in Gemini in 12th house. So first of all, that is going to be talking about your identity. Giving up a little bit on your identity and then giving back something to the collective energy as well. So helping others by maybe Sun in Gemini, by maybe with Venusian energies, maybe you might be saving one of your partners. That could be the case with Mars there as well. So maybe you are the one who is supporting your one of your love interests, for instance. Okay. Great. Daughter's birthday. I can't do that. Okay, so that would be the 12th house. Now, I put some of the planets there though. So when you have got Sun in the 12th house, it shows an element of reluctance to come to Earth. It could an indication, we talked about the father figure already, so a weak father, an absent father, loss of a father, that would be interesting to see, for instance, how did that work out with your father, for instance, or just with men generally. But somehow it could be also an indication of endangered origin. At one point, the family almost got distincted, not necessarily to the literal way, but somehow the sun could be indication of you felt in danger before when you were in the belly of your mom, and you were scared to come out. Having Mercury there, obviously Mercury is the planet of communication. So it could be an indication of finding it difficult to communicate with others, even when we talk about the easiest things. One of the things I've seen with Mercury in the 12th is a loss of a twin during birth or before birth. And sometimes the mother doesn't even know about it. So Barbara says, I heard on an astrology podcast that many times those are scheduled birth. Scheduled birth because the baby might not want to come out. And maybe they need to start the birth. But even, it really depends on the sign as well, though. So obviously, if it's in a fixed sign, the baby is more of a stubborn and then maybe holds back. If it's air signs, probably the baby comes out on time anyway. But there is still an element of reluctancy going on because scared of losing maybe a parent or scared of anything to do with losses, basically. So Mercury could be a loss of a sibling in previous lifetimes. It could be talking about a loss of a twin, for instance, during pregnancy, which the mom might not be able to talk about. Mercury is an indication here, I think Bella mentioned, that you are able to talk to spirits. If it's very much attacked, you might be scared of it. Okay, and you just need to be able to listen. Mercury in the 12th house actually is an indication of being a seer, being able to see things, especially air signs and water signs. Venus could be talking about guilt due to love affairs, illegal family matters, or even possession. So that's, again, we're talking about what you are bringing from karmic experiences. That could be something to do with, again, your family lineage. Having moon here, someone mentioned moon actually. You might, again, there is an element of fear of coming out or to the world, because you might feel that you are going to get abandoned or emotionally tortured. And remember, what you are feared of, usually you are attracted as well. Now, moon being, in a dark house is something like your feminine energies is blocked. So somehow, some way, a member of your female family lineage got blocked. Mars, a fear of being imprisoned, could be family feud. Also, Mars, actually, 12th house is the house of bad spirits as well. So when you've got Mars here, you might be fighting with spirits. But obviously, you don't want to mention that because people are going to think that you are cuckoo. So that's again a very strong indication of you being able to talk to spirits. But with Mars, you want to fight them away because you are scared of them. But actually, they want to tell you something important. Jupiter, having Jupiter here is like having a guardian angel on your shoulder. In many cases, you might have noticed with Jupiter being here that you don't have accidents or you don't go to hospitals that much. It could be something to do with working in monastery, for instance, in previous life. You could have given up your life to save others during wars, or you could have worked in hospitals and so forth. It doesn't mean that, and you know what, because this is indication of good karma. It means that you are protected by one of your guardian angel here as well in this lifetime, and wants you to focus on yourself a lot more than just giving, spreading your energies all the way. It's about you taking back what you deserve. Saturn could be a hard position here. Now, Tanya mentioned that she's got a 12th house moon opposition 6 with Saturn. It is actually an indication of a collective debt to pay. My gut feeling there, Tanya, is that there is a huge conflict going on between a father figure and the mother figure somewhere in the family lineage. Now, the 12th house could be the siblings of great grandparents or great grandparents, but it could also be your parents as well. And the relationship pretty much went quite bad there. And it is an indication of you somehow solving that. So I would love to know, Tanya, how does that play out, for instance, in your own relationship or with the personal connection with your own parents? Barbara says, interesting, my mom has Jupiter in the 12th house. Barbara, how is her health, for instance? Or, yeah, especially health. I would love to hear about that. Uranus and Neptune. Now, we're talking about the 2 generational planets. This is a definite indication that something happened 3-4 generations ago. So, and then now somehow you have to save the collective. That's what it pretty much talks about. Pluto, someone did ask, I think, about Pluto. Pluto could be talking about an endangered birth, or someone got buried in previous lifetime alive. That could also be an indication here. Lilith in the 12th house. Now, 12th house also talks about bad, like secret bad affairs. And Lilith having there, Lilith was a secret lover as well. So it could definitely be talking about something to do in the family lineage of being having a secret love affair with someone which was like giving guilty conscience to the native. Jordan says, Saturn in Aries in 12, no relationship with parents, they don't like me. yeah, not an easy position to have. However, with Saturn's favorite placement actually, um, the 12th house. So you know what, even if they don't like you, I think with that Saturn, you can still create a spiritual realm around yourself, and then you're gonna feel that love from them. And the mother disapproves of all your choices. Barbara, she's been pretty lucky. When I was younger, she did have a breed with cancer, but they were able to catch it early and it hasn't returned. Yeah, that could be Jupiter in the 12th house. It's like a guardian angel, but one of the things, Barbara, which is important here is to have that connection with those guardian angels and then not playing with them. Because obviously they're always going to stay around you, but very important that also your mom needs to be able to talk to them as well. Great. So we covered that. The 4th house, which is again a very karmic house because it's going to be a water house. It's actually talking about the end of your life. It talks about the beginning of your life. So what we say in astrology, the way you were born is the way you're going to pass on. I don't necessarily agree with that, but what I believe the ancient meant to say was that the birth circumstances of yours is going to be affecting your own life, obviously, hugely. Now, the 4th house is where you are coming from, what you bring with you, especially from your immediate family. As I said, the 12th house is more about your ancestry line. The 4th house is going to be your personal environment. So your dad, your parents mainly. If you've got sun or moon there, you basically, one of your karmic duties is to get any sense of a family matrix. So becoming a mom, becoming a dad is hugely important. Having Mars there could be indication of family feuds again, rage, unresolved sexual issues as well. And as I said, 4th house is something to do with more to do with 2 generations. So grandparents, great-grandparents, somewhere, or your parents, somewhere coming from there. Jupiter is very karmic to have Jupiter there because it is an indication that you need to cleanse your karmic roots. It is a clear indication that somehow you need to be checking up on your family history, trying to figure out what was going on, and then cleared all those roots because you're going to be kind of changing your own life as well with it. The more planets you've got in the 4th house, the bigger the responsibility you have in the last 2 generations. Something Nahid says, Mars in 12th house, and I have a recurring dream that I have murdered someone and buried him in the walls of my house. Yeah, that could be the case. And you know what, Nahid? Interesting that you say that, because obviously Mars is all about fights and killing someone. That's the planet of knife, and then it reoccurs in your dream. It doesn't mean that you did that. It could have happened to one of your ancestors. Interesting. It would be interesting to see where the ruler is. And that house would be telling you what ancestor it was. So let's say if it's in the 3rd house, maybe one of your ex-siblings. If it's in the 7th house, grandparents, and so on. The more planets you've got in the 4th house, the bigger the indication is that you have to clear your karmic roots and you have to go back in time and see where things are coming from. Because it's like it's haunting your life in this lifetime. Fair enough, you've got Uranus there. It might indicate that, a parent is not going to be existing in your life. But the question is why? because you might be passing on to that. So with the fourth house, you have to, because there is also talking about your own family. You're going to be attracting these issues in your own family as well. Saturn usually talks about, for instance, ancestral guilt, not wanting to take on family responsibility, for instance, or they had to take on so much responsibility that it was the family became a burden. Okay, so, and then when you've got Saturn there, it could be an indication that you know, your father cannot take on that responsibility of a family, so he tries to escape from it. So the question would be, why is that? What if there is no planet? Then you're going to have a look at the ruler. Neptune could be an indication of a fear of being lost. Usually it means Neptune can be indicating that you were sacrificed in your previous lifetime. It could be an indication of being ignored, having alcoholic parents or ill parents you kind of have to be looking after. It could be an indication of, yeah, basically being drugged as well. Somehow you lost your identity basically at one point in that family. Again, one of the biggest one is probably alcohol, and it somehow needs to be dealt with. Wanting to, remember, Neptune is the planet of escapism. I want to escape from the family because I cannot look at it. Neptune is the planet of karmic connections. I cannot do that because it reminds me of something, but I'm not 100% sure what it reminds me of. Pluto in the fourth house could be indicating family secrets, hidden things, power struggles going on in the family. So the bigger the planet, I mean, the bigger the planet, usually the bigger the indication is that you've got plenty of karmic wounds to clear here, and it's somehow affecting your life. Barbara says, what about Mercury in the fourth house? If it's a hard aspect, Mercury could be an indication that you were not allowed to talk. Maybe your tongue got taken out. That could be one of the manifestation level. Another one with Mercury in the fourth is something to do with siblings. So maybe a loss of a sibling, again, maybe something to do with a family ancestors who was your sibling and something happened to that person. Again, the closest aspect, if it's a Mars, maybe that person got killed. Maybe if it's Neptune, that person got raped. Maybe if it's Saturn, maybe the person just died. And then you had to do the travel on your own, for instance, later on. Would we mix the meaning of 12th house with 4th house if Jupiter is in? Yes, we would, Tira. So you mix it. I asked because the lady who has this became a ward of the state. Interesting. As I said, 12th house is more about the collective energy. So you are protecting a whole ancestry line. With the 4th house, you're probably just protecting more about, you know, your immediate surroundings. Great. Okay, guys, let's take a few minutes, a 5 minutes break, and then we're gonna get into the last chapter. Oh yeah, let's just finish the 8th house. Sorry, I forgot about the 8th house. So the 8th house is the house of inheritance, and not just the physical one, but basically what you are inheriting from your ancestors. Again, if you've got planets there, They could be giving you the type of quality what you inherited. If there is no planet there, have a look at the ruler, and that's going to be an indication of what type of issues you are inheriting from them. Eighth house is basically the bridge between the ego and the ancestors. It could also indicate how much you're fighting with them, or how much they are supporting you, how you can be connecting to your ancestors. So if it's a water house, for instance, I mean a water sign there, definitely with meditation and so on. Is it also what you, yes, exactly, Maya. So this is going to be the house as well, what you pass down to your ancestry line. Remember, the ancestors are, yeah, definitely, you know, talks about the past as well, but it talks about the future. Never forget about it. So the eighth house is what you're going to pass down. How you can connect to them, that's going to be very important also. So that could be, you know, water signs could be an indication through meditation. Earth signs could be maybe some totems, or maybe some type of like crystals, for instance, having those crystals, and then that's how you can communicate them. Air signs, maybe you just want to talk to them. And with fire signs, maybe you want to make some sacrifice. That's how you can invite them and then ask them to help you. I don't think your ancestors want to hurt you. Don't be scared of them. Especially, you know, the ones who are scared are having Mars or Saturn, for instance, in the 12th house. They've got this tendency of not wanting to be able to, you know, they are a little bit scared of spiritual stuff. I don't think they want to hurt you. I think they are there to remind you of something. Great. Guys, let's take Tira says, our ancestors of light are here to help us. I completely agree with that. They are. I'll give you an example. I meditated 4 years ago, and me and I mean I had a very strong connection to my grandma, and then when I meditated, basically. She came into my meditation and she wanted to show me something. And then she took me somewhere, and then I saw someone taking drugs. I could describe the room, I could describe the people the person was with. And I was able to even say the name of the street where this person was at. And when I mentioned this to the person, he was like, are you stalking me? And my grandma wanted to show something else as well, but I was so overwhelmed with the moment of her being there, because I couldn't say goodbye to her when she died. And then my Aquarius sun was so rebellious, I just didn't want to go to her funeral, because I wanted to remember her the way she was before her death. And I regret that since, of course, every single day. But that was an interesting moment, yeah, when she visited my meditation. And since then, I believe in karma. That's why I kind of started looking into karma. Before, I was very reluctant about it. I mean, at the end of the day, I've got Sun in the 12th house, and Sun is all about, you know, identity. Oh, karma, yes, come on. And Aquarius as well. And Aquarius is obviously all about detachment. So for me, it was like, I create my own karma, I am my own God, which I still agree with, but obviously we need to sometimes see who wants to help you. And that could be coming from the 12th house. But the 12th house is the most ignored house of all. Okay? Guys, let's take 5-7 minutes break before we go into the last chapter. So I'll be back shortly. Okay, guys, I'm back. So let's have a look. You guys don't have any questions. Great. Now, we're going to be jumping into a something called composite charts. So if you've got any questions so far, please let me know. So can you please explain how, if we have no planets in any of the 4th, 8th, and the 12th, we can then use the ruler and apply the knowledge? So in that case, you're going to have a look at, you know, the ruler. So let me think about, I don't have anything in my 4th house. So you see my 4th house is empty. It doesn't mean that I'm not bringing anything from my immediate family. So I'm bringing something where the ruler is. Now, the ruler is in, which is Mercury, it's in Capricorn. So Mercury could be something to do with siblings. It could be actually the 11th, it's in the 11th house, which is talking about, for instance, the children of my grandparents. Now, I know, for instance, for sure that the children of my grandparents, I always had some type of energy issue with them because all of them were very jealous of me. My grandma was the one who was, I was like, she loved me to bits. And she never showed that type of energy to her own children. And she had a cold shoulder towards her own children. You see, the 11th house is the 5th from the 7th. So grandparents, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So with her own children, she had a very much of a cold shoulder. And you know what? Emotionally, she was definitely not the most sensitive of all. But I always knew she loved me to bits. She didn't even need to say it. She didn't need to say it. She didn't need to even express it because I could see it in her eyes. Now, for instance, that's one way what you are bringing from that karma. That, for instance, emotionally, I've got hardship of showing my own feelings towards someone. The ruler of my 7th house, which is the partnership, is in the 11th. So I've got hardship to show my emotions to my friends, for instance, which is the 11th house, or to show towards Capricorn, which is one of your parents. Capricorn is a very stubborn sign. So even, you know, even my parents left me at when I was 1 year old. I still say there is nothing wrong with it. It's fine. But even if you really think about it, probably it's not so fine. Okay, so I know that from fact, one of the reasons why I'm struggling in relationships are because of these emotional detachments, what I'm bringing from my family karma. And I'm trying to constantly work on that. Okay, so that's one of the ways. The other way is that Mercury has no aspect in the chart. Even though you can see this blue line, but that's not really a sextile because there is 6 degree difference. I only give 4 degrees to Mercury, and then there is an 8 degree towards Pluto. That's way too much. So Mercury loves being alone, which is the ruler of the 7th house. So a kind of an emotional distance from the relationships, because Capricorn has got issues of being able to open up for them. Okay, so that could be one of the manifestation. Another manifestation is, which is again very interesting, great grandparents. That's going to be the 4th house. 11th house is the 8th house from the 4th. Okay, so great grandparents. 11th is the 8th from the 4th. So that's going to be showing how my for instance, one of my great-grandparents died. Now, what's Mercury? Neck. What's Capricorn? Restriction. Okay, so he committed suicide. And have a look, there is Ceres there, which we said was somehow relating to overly protective type of mom, for instance, overly, you know, something to do with overly protection, but also this could be an element of indication of some type of sexual abuse as well, and so forth. Now, I know the story, the reason why he committed suicide, because he was abandoned by his mom. And my great-granddad became quite famous. He was a singer. And basically, 20 years, I think he was about 27, 28 years old, when he got to know a lady he fell in love with. And they were together for years when they figured out that the woman was her mom, his mom. And it was such an emotional trauma for him that he committed suicide. Now, you can see that because Capricorn is a parental energy. So imagine a 28-year-old boy getting together with a 40, I think she was 45 or 44, something like that, with a woman. He fell in love with her completely. And then a few years later, you realize that you are having, you know, a relationship with your mom. I'm not 100% sure how they managed to figure out. They couldn't cope. So my great-granddad committed suicide. And then after, the great-great-grandma committed suicide as well. Now, have a look. Saturn is in my 9th house in Scorpio. In connection, and there is a Psyche there as well. So Scorpio talks about emotional torture. Saturn is obviously the restriction. 9th house is my belief system. So I know I'm downloading these informations from that side. Yeah. And then it carried on. My grandma's husband committed suicide as well. So the grandma would be the 1st house, right? Which is ruled by Jupiter. So that's going to be the 4th. So his husband, my grandma's husband, is going to be the 7th house. We are back to Mercury. My grandma's husband committed suicide as well. And my grandma's children found him hanging down on a wire or whatever it was. And look at that, 7, that's the 5th from the 7th. So my grandfather's children found him being dead. Somehow Saturn could be an indication of death, such as Pluto too. To be honest, I didn't know my granddad because after my grandma got married to a different guy, and then he was my step granddad. Okay, and yeah, so I didn't know my original granddad, and obviously I didn't know my great granddad either. Yeah, so Tira says, I can see how you have to work against being a loner. Yeah, and then even if you take it further, have a look. Sun has got a conjunction to Juno, and that's very tight because it's 1 degree. Marriage partner, and then the core sense of the planet, the personality, it's in the 12th house. So I am stuck somewhere in the dark. So wait, wouldn't be the maternal grandmother be the 7th house? It depends, Maya, which grandparent we're looking at, from the dad side or from the mom side. Okay, so that's important. which one you're looking at. That's why it's just go with the first house and the seventh house as a grandparent in total. Otherwise, it can be confusing, I know. So the fourth house is the dad. From fourth to fourth, it's going to be a father from the father's side, which this house is going to be also the grandmother from the mom's side. Okay. Great. Hope it makes sense. Sonia, how does that play out in your relationships, having Sun and Judah? Hopefully you've got quite a spiritual partner that could be a better manifestation level. If not, then maybe a partner comes later at age. But usually Juno and Sun in the 12th house indicate an element of guilt somehow around relationship. Okay, so just discover where your guilt is coming from. Tiva says, my mother's mother died during Scorpio season and I'm a Scorpio rising. Interesting. Yeah, I think you guys just gonna have to listen to this a little bit, you know, a lot more. Okay, any questions? Okay, so Nahid, I hope it makes sense how you have a look at that. Let's have a look at another chart example here. Someone asked me about adoption on email, and then she can't be here, but I found that it would be quite an interesting topic to talk about. Unfortunately, I don't have much information about adoption though. I wish I had done some research, but I didn't really think about it, but she sent me an email 1 hour before we started. But one thing for sure, when we work with adopted children or parents or whatever it is, you're always going to be having a look at the 4th and the 10th house anyway, or the 5th house, because you are combining karma. So it doesn't matter whether adopted or not. Now, what I have learned and noticed in charts, that adoption usually somehow related to Mercury and Mars. But I've only seen like 6-7 charts, so I'm not gonna tell you for 100% sure, but in all 6-7 charts where they were adopted, there was Mercury and Mars connection somehow. So either the Mars was in a Mercury sign, or either there was a square between, or maybe Mercury was in an Aries, Mars ruled sign, and there was somehow a connection. Another thing which I've seen is a very strong 8th house connection too. So I've got an example here which can be quite interesting. So first of all, there is definitely a square going on between Mars and Mercury, which I said I've seen actually Mars and Mercury in a good 6 charts. I've seen it less that they are in each other's rulership or something like that. What was interesting when I had a look at this lady's mom's chart, we didn't know the exact time of birth, but I still could have a look how the elemental breakdown works out. Now the mom hardly had any water signs. The mom only had Uranus in water sign. Now you can see that this chart has hardly any water sign as well. Well, fair enough, we've got the rising sign, but apart from that, nothing else. Oh yeah, we've got Uranus there though. But Uranus doesn't really count in that sense. So on one hand, this could be an indication of something to do with emotions and being able to bond, something to do even with some health issues, because the water elements are talking about health issues, usually some type of schizophrenia and these type of things belong to the water houses. Now, what this mom did is, we can see that also there is a very strong Neptunian energy coming because of that Neptune being on the midheaven. So this lady is definitely bringing some element of, you know, feminine energy from previous lifetimes, as we discussed that at the beginning. Now, this mom had, her mom had mental issues. Neptune, sickness, Sagittarius, mental. So she had some type of mental issues. You can see that Neptune also squaring the 7th house. So, and also squaring the rising sign as well. It's a little bit tight, but I guess the timing of birth in this case wasn't fully accurate. But it's not going to change much. My guess was that the rising sign is about an 8 actually, just looking at some of the events she had. Anyway, so obviously squaring the rising sign, which also could be an indication of something to do with misjudgment around the body, or body functions are not too great. Neptune is also talking about body fluids, so it could be an imbalance going there. But this is Sagittarius, which is more to do with the mental activity. Now, what she did was she left her child at a bus stop. Because she thought she couldn't look after her child. And in many cases, I've seen with adoption that the 8th house is also very strong as well. Because remember, inheritance. So someone else inherits the child, and that's the 5th house from the 4th. So that could be my adopted child, but that's my theory. Obviously, the parent's child. My theory is that this could be something to do with adoption. And now Neptune on the midheaven, as I said, Neptune is all about escapism. So I'm trying to escape kind of from my fate, which is midheaven. I don't want to be seen as, you know, I don't want to be seen as bad, because midheaven is also how people perceive you, how people see you. So I don't want to be seen as a Neptunian person, which is maybe alcoholic, which is maybe a little bit cuckoo. In this case, it both happens. So she left her child at a bus stop, and she was found, and then they got to know each other, I think, at the age of 20 something, when she was 20 something year old. They got to know each other. Now, wherever Neptune is in the chart, that's what you want to escape from. Now, Neptune is in the 10th house, so I want to escape from the responsibilities I've got as a parent, as a mom, 10th house. Now, this native has got 2 children. She's really much trying to overcompensate because of her own loss. She knows exactly how it plays out. So she really tries to overcompensate. I know that. I can see that. Now, we can also say that she's got a huge 8th house stellium going on. 8th house is all about sex. You can see Pluto there with Venus. Basically, she was sweet-talked at the age of 13 to have a sexual intercourse with her stepdad. She was very curious about it, but then eventually she said she didn't want to do it. So the guy started, this guy raped her. And that's pretty much also coming from this Mars energy and the Mercury energy as well, which there is kind of, so that could be coming from there. And also, you can see that it's squaring pretty much the whole 8th house as well. So this is all about, I've seen it many times, Pluto and Mars could be talking about very strong physical abuse in the chart, usually physical. So I'm not saying it's always the case, but I've seen it in many times. So in this case, for instance, this lady struggled from that. Now, Chiron, which is the emotional wounds, is in the 3rd house. That's the house of your early young ages, usually between the 14 to 21. This happened when she was almost 14, and the ruler is in the 8th, Venus, again in the house of sex. So something, an emotional wound, is coming from something to do with sexuality. I hope this makes sense here. Great. I'm going to be having a look at just one more example, which can be interesting. Let's have a look at Charlie Sheen. So we're talking about quite a famous actor, and he had quite a rocky life as well. So definitely interesting to have a look. So first of all, what might come to your attention the first, that he's got a stellium going on in the 4th house. So somehow there is an element of importance. But when I have a look at what planets we've got in the 4th house, we've got the planet of identity, which is Sun. And we've got the Uranus, which is all about being rebellious and being quite quirky and moving around and so forth. Not so stable family. And then he's got also Pluto there, which is the planet of sex, and also the planet of death as well. Now, what I know about him is that actually his great-grandparents had to flee the country. I think they were from Spain, and then they had to flee the country, and then the grandparents did the same as well anyway. And so maybe during that journey, he soaked up some type of family signature, karmic signature. Also, what's interesting in his chart is to have a look at Neptune. Because as I said, Neptune is very karmic planet. So Neptune, have a look. Neptune is in the 6th house in Scorpio. Neptune talks about escapism. It has got a conjunction to Mars, which is your sexual drive. So how he tries to escape from his everyday activities by Neptunian Marsian energy. It makes him overly sexual. 6th house rules prostitutes. He was involved with prostitutes. He was involved with drugs, Neptune and Scorpio. He was involved with illness, HIV, sickness, 6th house, Scorpio is sexual disease. So he was involved with all those things. Now, I know he has got 5 kids, and he got married 3 times, but his first child was from his high school baby, or high school lover, which might be shown, obviously, from Venus as well. It's in Libra, domicile position, but also it could be showing how much he liked gambling, for instance, which I know he had issues with, how much he loved sex. Sex belongs to the 5th house too, and obviously he changed his partners quite often. So what we know about him is basically every single of his relationship went rocky. His first marriage, they got separated because of sex addiction. So he was with someone, and then at the same time he was also still visiting prostitutes. So I think the marriage lasted for 2 years. The next marriage ended, and that would be something to do with the 9th house. The next marriage ended because of alcohol issues. Have a look, Saturn is in Pisces, in conjunction with Chiron and Ceres. So again, trying to escape from his parental responsibilities. And Pisces has got the tendency for obsession anyway. Somehow I have a very strong feeling. Unfortunately, I did not really see information about that. But 10th house also talks about your mom and your great grandparents. So I believe he's bringing some type of energies from them. Now I know that his parents was highly Catholic. Pisces is the sign of believing. It's a spiritual realm, and Saturn is a firm believer as well. So that could be showing there quite nicely. And then he was the black sheep of the family with all these scandals, what he had going on. Now, as I said, the scandal usually belongs to Uranus. He's got very tight conjunction to Pluto, so scandal around sexual energies. And then Pluto, which is about his vitality, which is about his core self. Yes. Yeah, even the moon. Having a look at his moon, which is in the 7th house in Sagittarius. Now, first of all, it's quite hard to pin Sagittarius down in a relationship because Sagittarius is very outgoing, very adventurous, right? He had 3 marriages and he had plenty of lovers, as we said. So that could be shown from the 7th house. 7th house moon also indicates that you might be living at 2 places at the same time as well anyway. Now you can see that moon has got a opposition going on with the ruler of the 7th house. See, he overdoes all these, womanizing and so forth. Ruler of the 7th in the 1st, so the women are basically eating him up. The women are coming to him. 1st house is him, 7th house are the women. So the women are coming to him, and then he overdoes whatever he does with them. Wherever Jupiter is in your chart, that's where you've got tendency of overdoing things. That's where you become a little bit greedy. Now, he was probably very greedy about his own persona. It could be an indication of a little bit of an egoism as well, or it could be an indication, because it rules the 7th house, that I am fascinated by the fact that women love me. Now, the moon is just helping on that quite a lot. Great. Oh, and then also, if you have a look, we've got North Node in the 1st house, and then South Node in the 7th. We're going to be talking about that separately anyway, but South Node is what you kind of have to let go of, what you are bringing from past life. So he's bringing something from past life, most probably something to do with the grandparents, actually, which is, I think the relationship there could have been quite rocky, but I'm not too sure. I didn't find any information about that either. I hope this makes sense. So, Eva, is sexual abuse and rape only seen from 8th house, or can it be the 12th house? It could be 12th house as well. Remember, 12th house is things we want to hide. And therefore the 4th house as well. If it's something to do with Pluto, you can see it from Moon, Mars and Moon relationship, Pluto and Moon relationship, Pluto and Venus relationship could be showing such things. Very strong 8th house, very strong 12th house. Yeah, so there are more indications for that. Great, let's move on. Great, so composite chart. The reason why it's good to use is because comparing, for instance, your chart with one of your family members could be giving you an indication of what your karmic duties are. Now, a composite chart is used mainly with your relationship partners, but it is great to track your karmic ancestry as well. So I'm going to show you how to do that. So the difference between synastry and a composite chart is basically the synastry is going to be more to do with your day-to-day reaction between you and your partner. And the composite is what is going to happen in the relationship, what type of experiences you have. And the composite chart can be used also with timing techniques as well. So that's great because using a composite chart might be showing what is going on in the relationship right now as we speak. So composite chart is a mathematical midpoint between each planet. So I'll give you an example. Imagine you've got Mars in 10 degrees of Aries, and then you've got your partner's Mars on 20 degrees of Aries. If you add up the 10 and the 20, that's going to be 30, and I'm going to divide that by 2. And there's going to be Aries 15 degrees. Now, I'm not going to go into detail because the program does it for you. You don't need to do that anymore on your own. But this would be basically the principle. Because we're talking about mathematical points, therefore we're going to be pretty much strict with the orbs as well, and then we're going to give them a maximum 2 degree orb. But I would say 1 degree, and yeah, and that's the orb what we're going to be using. The composite chart is going to be showing you what type of challenges, pitfalls, what type of experiences the relationship is going to be going through. The 12th house here is going to be showing the end of the relationship. The first house, the rising sign, is going to be showing what type of circumstances you might have met with your partner, or what lessons you have to learn. Obviously, the ruler is going to be hugely important. So for instance, if you've had an Aries rising sign in the composite chart, it could be an indication that the two of you shared physical adventures together. Maybe, maybe I'm gonna go and, do some car racing, for instance, or I'm gonna do jumping out of the plane. These type of physical adventures together. Now, you can use this, as I said, with your family members as well. In that case, Aries maybe would be an indication that you guys need to learn how to lean on each other and then working together to achieve some type of goals. Aries is very confident, very courageous, so it could be showing, that the couple is also seen as very confident together. The composite ascendant is going to be showing how other people are seeing you as well as a couple. When you've got a composite rising sign as Taurus, Taurus is all about natural instincts. Definitely very important for them to spend time together in silence or in nature, maybe eating from the same plates, going to the forest together, having naked nights when we are not really disturbed. Because remember, it's all about the two body, just touching each other, and then I feel secure. But also, Taurus is all about financials, so creating a stable financial environment for ourselves. Gemini. Now, Gemini can get bored quite quickly, right? Definitely Gemini is not a predictable sign. So one of the main things the couple needs to learn is how to communicate to each other. It should be a form of art for them. And maybe they should be attending workshops or classes together. And that could be giving an element of boost of getting to know each other. Usually they are quite fun together, so people are drawn to them. But we know that Gemini has got a tendency of not wanting to talk about deep emotional stuff. They can be sometimes a little bit superficial. So the couple definitely need to learn how to share their emotions as well with each other. Even if it's on a text message, which Gemini loves, no problem, but somehow it needs to be expressed. Now, having a Cancer rising sign, it's going to be talking about spending time together, maybe in a comfy way, cuddling up, watching television. Cancer is pretty needy, and therefore they've got a tendency to attract needy people as well. They want to recharge their batteries from them. And also, Cancer needs to be able to recharge their batteries, and that's where the cuddling, for instance, comes into the picture. So Cancer, because they tend to be attracting, different people who are needy. Therefore, the house is always maybe full of people coming over for dinner and so forth. They don't exactly know when to leave. So they also have to learn as a couple how to have their personal boundaries, how to find time to be able to spend time together. When we've got Leo rising sign, well, Leo is all about shining and attention seeking and glamour. So the couple has got a tendency of wanting to be impressive together. Leo is the king, so it talks about leadership. So they could be quite a powerful couple together. Maybe both of them are in a leadership position. Leo is also creative. Leo rules sexual endeavors. So somehow the sex is going to be important for them. And then the creative self-expression. One of the ways they do that is through sexual activities, for instance. Now, for instance, I've seen Sun is in the composite chart. They had a Leo rising sign, and the ruler of the Leo Sun was in the 5th house. They met at a school party, and that because remember the composite rising sign also talks about how you might have met your partner. It is important to have a look at with your own partner as well. And the reason being is because you are allowing someone to enter your karmic sphere, and you're going to observe those karmic, features from your partner, and then it's going to start getting mingled. Another example, for instance, I think they had also Leo rising sign, and then the Sun was in the 9th house. They met at a sport event, and that's how they got to know each other. Now, the sport events belongs to the 9th house, as well as the 5th. Great. I think it was actually a horse race they met at. Virgo rising sign. That's going to be something to do with quite a practical relationship. They've got the tendency to be able to work together on the relationship. But the case could be that they might have met at a workplace. Now, one of their karmic duties is definitely somehow to serve the humanitarian energy. Remember, Virgo and Pisces X is all about serving other people. People tend to see them as hardworking. People tend to see them a little bit scrutinizing energy. So yeah, for people they might be a little bit more practical rather than this loving and caring energy around themselves. However, they know that they work extremely well, so they've got a huge trust going towards them. Having Libra. Libra is going to be, Libra has got a tendency to have codependency issues. They definitely need to learn how not to be dependent on each other. They need to learn that they are separate entities, and they need to be looking out for their own interest as well, and basically creating that harmony and balance in the relationship by not being so clingy or clingy. But we're talking about an air sign, so communication is hugely important. They definitely love interacting a lot with others as well. So probably they are seen as quite a sociable couple. When it comes to Scorpio, intense, sexual, very private couple as well. There is definitely an element of intensity going on around them. You know, even their eyes can be like this pricky, you know, like they look at you, sometimes they would be able to, you know, they are able to tell you off with their own eyes. But once you get to know them, they are pretty funny, actually. They just need to come out of their shell. Scorpio rising sign, as a couple, they've got trust issues. They need to learn how to trust each other as a couple. Sagittarius, plenty of adventure they need. They can be very idealistic, not so much practical, which is very typical for Sagittarius anyway. So somehow they need to ground themselves a little bit. Definitely they need to learn that. But they need to be taking part as many adventurous stuff as they can. Maybe survival games, maybe horse riding, maybe jumping out of a plane, whatever it is, which creates an element of fun. It helps on the relationship. Now, Sagittarius is also the sign of faith. So they need to learn a lot about their faith too. Someone is asking if there is going to be a recording. Of course there will be. I will be sending out tomorrow. Capricorn rising sign. It's a great rising sign for someone who wants to grow old together. That's one of the indications here. The Capricorn is all about achievements. It's all about working on similar goals, creating something great. So the couple has got all these tendencies. Now, Capricorn is also a parenting sign. So maybe one of their goals is to create a family with lovely children and being able to provide them with the necessarily things a child needs. Capricorn is all about slowly but surely. So they do things step by step rather than rushing into things. Because it's a little bit of a stubborn sign anyway, but it's cardinal as well. So it's all about go-getting, but Earth sign does things a little bit slower. They are definitely seen as a responsible, grounded type of couple who could grow old together, and they're gonna stay forever as well. And then we've got Aquarius. Well, definitely, while Capricorn is a very traditional couple, so they could have met in traditional circumstances, Aquarius is all about standing out in the crowd. I don't want to follow anyone's footstep. Somehow, the relationship always attracts attention to them. Maybe even the marriage can be quite unconventional. So maybe they didn't have, I don't know, they didn't have a ring at the marriage, or there was no engagement ring, or they don't want kids, or lesbians and gays are getting married, whatever it is, something unconventional about the relationship. Obviously, Aquarius is one of the signs who want to stay independent. So maybe it's a long distance relationship as well. And last but not least, we've got the Pisces, which is an element people might see them quite mystical, maybe some type of secretive energy around them, maybe quiet loners who want to spend time only together. However, Pisces is quite fun as well once you get to know them. They can be influenced quite nicely, actually. So maybe they love going to spiritual retreats together. Maybe they share spiritual beliefs as well. Most probably they love exploring the consciousness together, and that could be helping the relationship also to develop. One of the things you're gonna be having a look at in your composite chart where Sun is, because the Sun is gonna be showing the purpose of the relationship, sign and the house as well. So if the Sun is blocked, which sitting on the Astro.com you're using? So I guess let me bring up a composite chart here. Let's bring up maybe that one. Oh, sorry, let me go back. Why is it not there? Okay, let's put it this way. Okay, so when you go on the chart type, you are going to be choosing composite chart midpoint method. That's what you use. Click on that, and then you will receive your composite charts. So for instance, these people have got so much of a Sagittarian energy going on. We're going to be going through the sun signing shortly who goes. So just give me a second. So we've got a very much of a Sagittarius energy going on. Sagittarius is all about belief, sharing their belief system. So it's all about intellect, plenty of planets there. So maybe they like sharing psychological things, Neptune, Jupiter, Uranus, Moon as well. So they could be quite intuitive. They could look sometimes a little bit of a weirdo as well with the Uranus. We've got Psyche there, which is all about psychic power too. So they could be seen as quite a interesting, adventurous couple. Now, if we're not talking about a romantic relationship here, you should know that. Yeah, that's what we covered so far. Now, the sun, as I said, is going to be an indication of what the purpose is of the relationship. If it's supported or blocked, obviously the more the sun blocked, the harder the relationship is going to be playing out. So in this case, have a look. We've got sun on 22 degrees. So receiving help from Mercury and Venus, especially Venus, which is an exalted position. However, sun has got squares towards the fourth house, towards the first house. So there is an element of blockage going on between the home environment and their personality. So as a couple, maybe they are not couple. I mean, these two people know each other. So maybe there is an element of tension going on the way they live, because it's fourth house. So disagreement around those topics, around the lifestyle. And there is a little bit of a tension. Sometimes we're talking about two mutable signs, Pisces and Sagittarius. Mutable signs are all about knowledge anyway. So they both are very knowledgeable, and they've got somehow different belief system. Obviously, Pisces is all about giving as much as I can. Sagittarius is all about gathering knowledge and then spreading that knowledge. but the Pisces is more about just saving everyone. So there is a little bit of a blockage going on in between those. But the core essence of the relationship is nothing else but creating a safe environment to each other. Maybe creating an element of home, buying a home together, living together. With this person, we always stay at each other's house quite a lot. Either she comes to me or I go to hers, and so forth. But we tend to be having spending time together in each other's home. But probably the lifestyle we have is a slightly bit different with first house. Great. So just to give you a couple of examples, very quickly, I'm going to run through the sun signs. So when you've got sun in the first house is all about identity. Now sun is all about identity as well. So the couple has got a strong identity, and they are identifying with each other. They've got impact on each other as a couple, and they can become quite powerful, like a pioneering type of relationship I'm talking about. With sun in the second house could be talking about something to do with, possession, something to do with financials. They could be playing quite they could be focusing on creating financial security. Maybe they are sharing similar values, but their focus is on somehow on money in general. It could be quite a materialistic type of relationship. Sorry. It could be quite grounded. Focus is around resources. When we've got sun in the third house, or we're talking about Gemini as well. So previously it was Aries and Taurus. Now sun in the third or in Gemini. However, the signs are less important than the house position here, because it's a mathematical calculation. So the signs are not going to be hugely important. Obviously, the communication is going to be very important in the relationship. The communication between them can be quite light and breezy. As I said, third house has got some type of issues of connecting on an emotional level. They can have kind of this type of sibling feeling toward each other. And it could be also showing some ups and downs in their communication style as well. And remember, because sun is all about your identity. So on a communication level, there can be an element of, clash going on the communication level. Sun in the fourth house, well, it is placed at the heart of the house, right? So they have got pretty much of a mutual interest in creating a home together or creating a family together, upbringing children, building a home, and so forth. They could be coming from same family backgrounds. Fourth house talks about the origin. And the family somehow always plays a large role in the family. Sometimes to a very high level as well, especially let's say if Pluto is involved. Maybe the mother-in-law is coming around even without any invitation and so forth. Or maybe the family wants to overpower the relationship by helping so much, or maybe making them feel not being able to survive on their own, and so on. Sun in the fifth, or Leo, very romantic type of relationship, but as well as dramatic. Fifth house rules drama. Focuses on children. So they, fifth house is also about taking risks. So it's all about taking risk with the relationship. It can be quite like plenty of fire going on in the relationship to start with, and then maybe eventually it's going to slow down a little bit, but they've got one thing in common: both want a child, for instance, or they both want to have fun together. Sun is a very loyal sign till it's in the middle of the attention. So it is extremely important that they need to be able to pay attention to each other a lot. One of the things which can be a little bit challenging here, that they might be going out way too much, or they might be spending way too much with friends and so forth, and they're not spending enough time together. Sun in the 6, they can work together quite nicely. Obviously, we're talking about the Virgo house. So they are willing to work on the relationship no matter what, no matter what. They want to become useful together. They want to create stability on an everyday level. They might want to be able to help others together, maybe by opening a hospice, for instance. By the way, 12th house rules hospice as well. So one of the ways to deal with 12th house energies, maybe to be part of a hospice where you can be helping. Or 6th and 12th house rules the shelters. You might want to consider that, you know, helping with homeless people, which also belongs to the 6th and the 12th house as well. So that's what the sun could be talking about here. 6th, 7th house, which is a Libra. Now, the prime focus going on the relationship, on the partner, on marriage. As I said before, with the rising sign as well, just being a little bit careful about, you know, codependency, because they need to still keep their own goals, and then choosing something together which they want to work on. But the goal is the relationship itself. Now, they need to have something tangible to go for, not just the relationship. Having Sun in the 8th house, well, that's going to be the deepest part of the relationship, right? So they are focusing a lot on the deepest issues of the relationship. 8th house is all about sexuality. They can be very much of a sexual couple. They can have plenty of intense energy around themselves. One of the reasons why Sun is good here, because even when there is crisis situation occurring, they can still reveal things. They are, it's all about honesty, really. That's going to be the most important part here. Honesty and acknowledging the other party's feelings. Hugely, hugely important to learn with Sun composite in the 8th house. Yes. Sun in the 9th. I think one of the most important things to learn is how to listen to each other, how to share your opinions, not to be too opinionated. Feel, you know, take it and give it as well at the same time. The 9th house is the greater meaning of life. So the couple needs to be searching for greater meaning in life. Maybe they love traveling with each other. It is a wonderful position for friendship, for instance, not necessarily just relationship. Thank you, Maya. See you later. Bye-bye. Sun in the 10th house is talking about a couple who has got some type of public image going on. Now, they are focusing on the public image quite a lot. You know, even, so what I mean by that is, my child has to have the right car, the right education, the right house. We need to seem to be as a powerful couple. we need to look, we need to be successful, so we're going to be doing as much as we can to achieve success together. They definitely give each other plenty of support to reach that success. Most probably they can do that together in a lot better way than separate. But it's going to be very much focused on your public image. Sun in the 11th. In many cases, I've seen that they formed a relationship as friends, and then they became a couple later on. Now, it is all about an Aquarian energy, right? And that talks about groups of people and friends. So somehow they could be a part of a friendship, and that's how they got to know each other. We're talking about pretty much intellectual, great minds are getting together, and then they work extremely well as well. 11th house is the house of wishes and hopes. So they've got similar perspective over things. They've got similar wishes and hopes, which they can accomplish together. 11th house rules charities, for instance. So they might be working towards, they might be working at a charity together. That could be something very great for them. Remember, the sun is all about what's the purpose of the relationship. Here is that stay friends no matter what. And then you're going to be able to give strength to each other at all times. And last but not least, sun in the 12th house. So the element, it's a hard one to deal with, to be honest, because they've got a tendency to keep secrets from each other. There might be some type of secret affairs going on. There is always an element of mystery going on around the couple, but maybe they are working towards some spiritual element, which could be great. Maybe both of them work in a hospital. Maybe both of them follow some spiritual belief systems. Those are the positive manifestations. So, sun and the rising sun is something how you guys met, how people see you. Sun is what's the purpose of the relationship. So if I want to be talking about the moon, moon is going to be talking about how you two are expressing your feelings. How secure you feel in a relationship. How well you know each other. How you spend most of your time together. So for instance, if moon is in fire signs, fire is all about your ego. So maybe you guys are trying to fire up your ego for each other. Fire is all about go-getting. So maybe you've got a similar aspiration going on. And how you're going to be nurturing each other is going to be something to do with quickness. Maybe you're not going to be spending too much time together, but in a way, that's going to be just enough. Because it's fire. We don't need such a strong connection. Fire is all about individuality. But when we are together, we want to spend quality time with each other. Or maybe if you've got moon in earth sign, then maybe you are going to buy presents for each other, and that's how you're going to be expressing your feelings. Maybe you are going to be booking a weekend away somewhere, and that's how you want to express. Maybe you're going to take your partner to restaurants. These things, what you kind of enjoy doing, that's what the moon is going to be talking about. In air sign, it might be talking about ensuring the other one through a text message that I love you, or I'm going to send you a selfie. Where am I, for instance? Or through communication, that's going to be very important for them to express their feeling. Maybe they sit down and talk to each other every day, 5 minutes, and so on. And obviously, we've got the water moon, which would be an indication that you are going to be expressing your feelings through your emotions. So it's not about buying a present, but I'm going to tell you I love you, or I'm going to stroke your back, or I'm going to be playing with your hair because I know you like it, and so forth. So things probably you enjoy the most, the moon is going to do that. I'm going to cook the best food for you because I know that's your favorite. So playing out all those little cards. Saturn is going to be talking about how you are tested as a couple. I'm not going to go through each sign, but because we went through, the signs already. So just try to imagine Saturn, for instance, in the sixth house. Maybe you are tested through illness. Maybe it's in the second house. You are tested through financials. You're also going to have a look at where the ruler of Saturn is. Maybe Saturn is in the sixth house. That's going to be something to do with your health. So the couple gets tested through health matters. And the ruler, and let's say the ruler is going to be in, I don't know, maybe in the first house, or maybe in the third house, and one of the parties is going to have maybe I don't know, an accident, a car accident. So you're going to have to look after your partner. I came up with a very silly example, but you're going to have a look at the ruler as well of the Saturn. So I think the most important part I wanted to show you here is going to be the north nodes and the nodes, sorry. Now, I put down some of the aspects, but we talked about them as well already previously. So I'm not going to go through again what Mars, Uranus could be indicating. I want to be focusing on what your karmic, kind of karmic messages, what the nodes are going to be telling you, as a couple, as a romantic couple, or as a, any type of relationship. Before we do that, though, I need to go to the bathroom. So bear with me. I'm going to take 2-3 minutes break. And then after I'm back. Okay. I'm back, thank you. So, the nodes. And what I'm saying here now in regards to nodes is going to be true for your natal chart as well. But here, what I'm indicating is how you went through as a couple of your, you know, what you kind of have to learn. Now, let's start with the South Node. South Node is something which you have to leave behind. Something where you got so familiar with in the past life, and therefore you've got the tendency to carry on or wanting to carry on the energy in this lifetime as well. And usually we tend to be living our South Node at the beginning of our life. So what I'm explaining here is, this is a composite, which is fine. So the North Node is here in the 7th house in Gemini. The South Node is going to be in the opposite house in the 1st house. So it is an indication, 1st house what? That they might have had a very strong individual way of thinking at the beginning of, you know, of the relationship. They were maybe a little bit stubborn, maybe they were very adventurous, maybe sometimes together, sometimes separate. That's the South Node. It's like an element of familiarity, what you carry over in this lifetime from previous ones. The North Node is going to be what you kind of have to learn in this lifetime. So maybe I'm going to be separating this chart, and that's going to be an easier one to work with. So for instance, I've got South Node in the 11th house, which is the house of groups of people, right? Which is 11th house is all about wishes and hopes, friends, as I said, charity, and so forth. And it's in Capricorn, which is a parent sign. Now, when I was young, I was a psychologist for everyone. Everyone came to me and then they wanted to talk to me about their problems. Have a look. Ruler of the South Node is Saturn, which is in Scorpio in the 9th house. Scorpio is the psychology, and then the 9th house is the opinion. Everyone came and asked me about my opinion, and I'm not even joking, but I remember I lived in a dormitory and people were queuing up waiting for me to be able to talk to me. I was pretty much of an old soul as well, to a certain extent. They always said I was a lot more wise. I was a lot wiser than others. However, I needed to realize that I need to be going towards my North Node, which is in the 5th house. It's in Cancer. So Cancer is all about caring and nurturing and obviously being a parent. But 5th house is all about having fun as well at the same time. Now, the ruler of the 5th house is in the 10th, which is profession. So I tend to do plenty of free readings, for instance. I would say a good even 5-6 years ago. But I needed to learn how to make that as my profession and work with these energies. And I've started doing that just recently, really. As I said, at the beginning of our lives, we tend to be carrying on whatever we bring in from past life. So let's have a look what South Node indicates in the 1st house. So it is all about, oh, thank you, Nita. I know we are doing it very long. I said 5 hours, but we've been doing it for 6. I'm sorry. Once I start talking, I can't stop. Yeah, so South Node in the 1st house is it looks like somehow they needed to burn down the bridges behind them in previous lifetimes because they were separated. Now, as I said, they might be doing bits and pieces together for a while, but then separately to certain extent, you know, or in different times. And that's exactly very interesting. The previous composite chart, which I showed you, that we have known each other for 20 years. We spent 3 years together, and then we didn't speak for 3 years. We caught up at the very same page where we left off, and then we carried on like nothing has happened since. And then again, a couple of years off, and then again, we started being very, very good friends. So that's usually a South Node energy in the first house. Somehow leaving the pride behind and then building on the relationship, even though there are differences with the person. Because first house is a Aries energy, it talks about leadership. It could be an indication that you might have been a leader in your previous life, and then you had to make decisions which affected others. Now, in this lifetime, because North Node is in the 7th house, you need to be making decisions with others. Okay, maybe with a partner of yours. Maybe, now I also want to put it there, wherever your karmic nodes are, it's a huge indication where you are bringing your karmic wounds from. Don't forget to have a look at the ruler as well. Okay, so first house could be an indication of grandparents. Something coming from there. Maybe the grandparents were leaders and they made choices which has affected the rest of the family. Obviously, the choice they made is going to be shown by the ruler. Okay. Now, because we're talking about 7th house, which is the house of open enemies. These people could, 1st and 7th house, sorry, we could be talking about being rivals in previous lifetimes, being enemies, and now they are here to sort their relationship out and basically become, you know, a partner in crime, basically. 7th house could be an indication that the two of you need to get married. You need to show commitment towards each other. You need to be able to learn how to utilize each other's talents and skills and then building on together. 7th house is the house of clients. So maybe you want to be attracting clients together rather than separate. And then forgetting about the competition. South Node is in an Aries house, which could be talking about competition which went on you know, in previous lifetimes. Now, if it's in Aries, right, 1st house or Aries, you're going to have a look at Mars. If Mars is, let's say, in conjunction with Pluto, then you might have killed each other or someone killed the other because of personal gains, 1st house. This lifetime, you are here to sort it and then give something back to your partner. South Node in the 2nd house. Somehow the resources have left mark on you or on the couple. 2nd house rules food, shelters, so you might have had to suffer from starvation. Or we might be talking about survival instincts as well to a certain extent, as well as your 1st house anyway. And the two of you might have had issues with extreme financial circumstances. You might have been separated because of money. You might have been exposed to type of some climatic situations, and then that's how the two of you got separated from each other. Obviously, you're going to have a look if there is any planet, for instance, around that South Node. Maybe if there is a Uranus there, that could be an indication of, for instance, a volcano eruption. And then that's how the two of you got separated. And then after you guys struggling with being able to, survive. If you've got Venus there, you guys were a couple, and maybe there was a third party getting involved in the matter, and so forth. Having South Node in the third, well, third house is the house of travel. So you could have been travelers, you could have spent times together on the road, and the relationship could have been quite a heavy traffic as well. Things could have happened quite rapidly in your previous life. You had to adapt to those circumstances quite quickly. It also could, the first three house usually talks about survival instincts. Because if you think about it, the third house is something to do with primary school. So obviously you are still dependent on your parents. You guys could have been siblings, or you guys could have been pickpocketers as well, because you had to somehow make money. Somehow you had to kind of realize opportunities around you to be able to survive as a young adult. But something is coming from a young age. That's what the third house would be indicating. Now, North Node is in, in the ninth house, which is the top of the mountain. So somehow you guys need to be going towards the top of the mountain, maybe having a, a spiritual awakening. You need to be able to listen to each other, which in previous lives you might not have done. And now you have to show more gratitude and understanding towards your partner. Maybe the two of you need to travel to a foreign country together. Maybe just taking on vacations together. Something in the third house could be an indication of you being a sibling of someone. Obviously, the ruler again would be showing how this relationship kind of ended. Maybe this house is ruled by Mercury, and Mercury is going to be having a hard aspect with Pluto, the closest. And in that case, it could be an indication that your sibling died on the road or during travel, or maybe something to do with the lungs as well, Mercury. Yeah. South Node in the fourth. Now, obviously, back in the days, the fourth house wasn't just a home environment. It talks about your origin. So we might be talking about the same tribe or the same clan the two of you lived together or came from. Fourth house is an indication that the two of you were family members. Maybe there was a parental relationship going on between the two of you. And now you are here to kind of sort out the issues, whatever went on. Again, we need to have a look at the ruler. That's going to be giving more information. That's going to be giving information about what type of relationship you were in. Maybe the fourth house is ruled by Jupiter. So it was a husband and the wife type of relationship. But Jupiter also can be a planet of guru and teachers. So maybe there was a student-teacher relationship going on, and then living in the same clan. Yeah. So South Node in the fourth house indicates family drama as well, and being crushed by the family drama. So somehow they need to come back and sort out that family drama by working towards the same goals and reaching something huge and tangible. Somehow they need to be offering gifts to the world. Somehow it's working towards a greater good, but probably achieving something in a tangible matter. Usually when South Node is here, you've got a sense of familiarity going on as well with that person. Now, if you just have a look at your natal chart, the South Node is an indication of somehow the family, you leave the family behind, or the family is leaving you behind. and then you need to find your way back. Obviously, one of the ways you can do that is creating a new family for yourself and then changing the perspective on that. South Node in the fifth. Now, fifth house is all about creativity, children, taking risks. So the major topic could be here something to do with children or even hedonism. Now, if it's all about children, there needs to be either Moon, Saturn, or Cancer or Capricorn involvement somehow. That's then we're talking about children. If not, then maybe we're just talking about creativity. Maybe the two of you pursued some type of artistic skills. Maybe you were writers, poetry, dancing, working in a bar together, and then singing and so forth, you know, jazz and all those type of things. But still, your karma is somehow related to children. One of the members of the family. Let's say if you've got the ruler of the fifth house in the sixth, maybe it's going to be the children of your it's going to be the sibling of your great grandparents. That's where your karmic signature is coming from. Fifth house talks about love affairs. So it could have ended up, for instance, with a child. They might have broken all the rules as a couple. It wasn't a supported relationship. A South Node actually in a natal chart can be indication of the child is coming at a late age. Fifth house is all about individuality because it is ruled by the sun, right? So you have to learn a way to be able to express your individuality and then develop on that. With South Node, that's what you kind of need to leave behind. And what you need to be doing is to learn how to develop on your ideas on a group level, in a social circus. The fifth house could be, a South Node here could be talking about an unintended pregnancy, most probably. That's where your karmic signatures are coming from. With South Node in the sixth house, therefore you've got obviously your North Node in the 12th. Somehow responsibilities defining the relationship in previous lifetimes. Now, sixth house rules servants, it rules slaves. So you might have been servants and slaves together. Obviously, the ruler would be showing, a little bit more information about that. But if you guys were servants and slaves together, then I would be having a look at where Mercury is, for instance. Obviously, because sixth house, it's a Virgo house ruled by Mercury. And let's say if Mercury is in fall or detriment, that could be the case. Maybe if it's in Cancer, then you were working for a family together as a servant. But also we're talking about co-workers working together, as I said. We're talking about medicine, something to do with healing. So you could have been a healer, providing some type of service for others. When you analyze your own chart, just think about the sign, read up on the South Node. Let's say if you've got a sixth house in Gemini, you're gonna read up on the sixth house and the third house together, and then you can you can fuse the information, you get a better understanding of what your karmic signatures are. In this lifetime, having South Node here is an indication of you have to receive something back. Because you've done so much in previous lives for others, if the ruler is well respected as well. It's like accepting gifts from the universe. Usually these people are quite lucky as well. South Node here could be an indication that you might have had something to do with animals. You might have had a very bad experience with animals. Now you are back to work on that. In many cases, I've seen that sixth house, North Node or South Node are working with animals anyway. Having a South Node in the 7th house. So now we are back to obviously the 1st house, but just there is a swap around. So now the South Node is in the 7th, and then the North Node is in the 1st. In previous lifetimes, you guys were a partner of any kind. Maybe a business partner, that would be more to do with probably a Gemini, or if it's Aquarian, maybe you guys were traveling together. Maybe it's a Libra, you guys were in a relationship. But somehow that relationship got wounded. And now you are back and then figuring out the unfinished business and then working on that unfinished business. Very important to ensure that the two of you have separate roles. Maintaining that individuality. Like having South Node in the 1st house, it was important to make decisions together. Here it is important to be aware of staying an individual and obviously just figuring out why the relationship got wounded. Giving enough space to each other, allowing the other to be able to breathe, that's going to be hugely important. Also, it could be an indication that the two of you in past lives were conjoined twins. Obviously, inseparable. Somehow, the two of you were like stuck together, not being able to get separated. This lifetime, you need to learn how to be on your own. These are quite karmic indications in a relationship. To be frank, they usually have got issues of staying together. South Node in the 8th house. Probably this is the one which was kind of a nightmare. Obviously, we're talking about the house of losses, the trauma. You could have felt plenty of rejection in previous lifetimes with this partner. It's like probably trusting someone so much, even with your own life, but then you get a backstab, and then that trust got basically stripped away immediately. Now you are back to build on that, to be able to trust on that partner again, and then being able to, for instance, financially work together. Somehow the South Node in the 8th house could be a relationship towards financials, stealing money from someone. Obviously, let's say if it's ruled by Venus and Venus is in the 4th house, then maybe the two of you were family members and then you stole money from a family member. And now you are here to kind of pay that debt off. And guess what happens? Usually you have to pay or you have to help financially to your partner. Yes. South Node in the 9th house. So that means you've got North Node in the 3rd. Now, somehow the soul memories between the two of you are related to your belief system. Maybe the two of you share the same spiritual and religious thoughts. The two of you might have been leaders, especially if it's in a leadership sign, such as Capricorn or Leo, even Jupiter or Aries. But somehow that spiritual or religious belief system got broken between the two of you. And then now you are back in this lifetime to share the wisdom for each other. With each other. So what I've noticed, this is usually the student-teacher relationship. This is where you might have been teaching on a large scale with South Node in the 9th house, and then you become a private student, for instance, or someone with a North Node in the 3rd. Yeah, so also 9th house rules travels. So you guys might have been travelers. Now it just needs to be narrowed down a little bit, maybe commuting together on the bus and so forth. but not necessarily going on holiday together. Obviously, what you need to learn is something to do with speaking, writing. In many cases, actually, even writers belongs to the ninth house as well. Maybe you stole someone's idea, or maybe you stole someone's book. Library, for instance. The two of you might somehow work together in a library and then run away with a secret potion, or run away with a secret recipe or something, and so forth. Let's say if it's a Cancer energy. So again, there is an element of betray going on with the South Node all the time. Then we've got the 10th house. So 10th house, most probably the two of you are coming from some type of royalty type of things, especially if there is Capricorn or Leo or even Cancer energy involved. Cancer rules the queens, Leo rules the kings, Capricorn is the hierarchy. So you might be coming from a you might be coming from a hierarchy type of structure, and that's where that connection got broken off. You might have shared honors together. You might have actually put someone underneath. I mean, somehow, you know, taking the honor away from someone. You could have been born into a rich family. And you had to kind of get married to this person without any love, because you just needed to follow a family legacy. Or maybe, something to do with family legacy. You know, I'm talking about something like kings and queens. They wanted to protect their throne and their country, so they always try to find a partner who is neutral. So it's like a little bit of a political type of marriage in previous lifetime. Guess what? In this lifetime, you guys need to go down on the deep-hearted things, find that emotion between the two of you, looking after domestic needs together, and then create a home and happy family environment. At the beginning, it's not that easy. Even with the South Node in the 10th house, you might be coming from quite, on an individual chart I'm talking about now, you might be coming from a great family, but you've got issues to create your own. And then you have to learn that, because the family might be pushing you, and so on. And it needs to be your own soul choice, rather than following the family traditions continuously. 10th house is the house of, you know, openness. In this lifetime, you need to become more private with this person, not sharing so much information about each other. South Node in the 11th house. Now, we said in South Node in the 5th house, you were paying attention to the individuality a lot, so you need to go back and do something about the collectiveness. However, now you've got the South Node in the 11th house, so you were shaping somehow the collectiveness with groups of people, and then now you need to come back and learn how to bring that down onto the individual level. So you could have been something to do with cultural things. You could have been something to do with historical type of things. Probably you were way too focused on others, and now you need to focus on your own needs, on your, you know, 5th house is also the house of business. You need to learn how to make business out of it. 11th house could be talking about fighting for equality. Especially, let's say, if you've got Pluto there as well, then you might have wanted to fight for against death penalty. You might have got Venus there, allowing low class and higher class to get married, for instance. You've got Uranus there, maybe same-sex marriage, and so on. So just have a look what the ruler does, what's the closest connection to the ruler, because that could be an indication. And also very important to see what you did at the first part of your life. That's going to be hugely important as well, because that's an indication what you did in previous lifetimes, if it makes sense. As I said, I did psychology readings and astrology readings for plenty of people for free of charge, and I needed to learn how to make money out of it. So think about how you lived your life in that topic of the house, and then just try to go against it. Great. Yeah. And then South Node in the 12, you might have suffered a kind of loss and tragic in previous lifetimes. The two of you might have worked in a hospice or a hospital during dark times or hard times. You might have shared spiritual, deep connections, but maybe you have lost your partner somewhere in the meantime. And then now you have to come back in this lifetime, and then you have to stay in your own body. 12th house is all that type of feelings, you know, where you know, these leaving the body type of experience. That's what you kind of could have experienced with South Node in the 12th. Now, somehow you need to be grounded and staying in your own body. Okay? You need to be able to be paying attention to your healthy habits. Because in previous lifetimes, you were paying attention to others. You need to be able to give, and also you need to be able to help others as well, not just, you know, your own health. In previous lifetimes, you received guidance from your guardian angels. Now you are here to share your views, whatever you learned in previous lifetimes, and then give something back. But 12th house is something to do with loss. So the ruler of the 12th house is going to be talking about the quality of your loss. Okay, what type of tragic it might have been. So I'll give you an example. Maybe it's a Saturn ruled, and Saturn is going to be in the 8th house. It's definitely a loss, a death, something to do with the death. Saturn is the planet of father figure, so you might have lost your father somehow. Maybe if it's in an Aries during war, and that is what's giving you, you know, an element of emotional turmoil. Now, in this lifetime, you might be coming back to work in an army, and then help those, you know, not to have the same, or somehow you're protecting other families so they are not falling apart. Very important to have a look at the rulers. Very important, you know, what their closest aspect is, and those are going to be giving you more information. So to show you an example on this is what exactly I mean by that. By the way, I received permission from the person to use it. So we've got a South Node in the 3rd house. If we go back on the 3rd house, we said it's something to do with siblings, something to do with connection, speaking, writing, listening, understanding languages, and so on. And probably short distance travel. So there was an element of break, most probably with the siblings of yours. And somehow you need to kind of rebuild that relationship in this lifetime to fix that. Now, we're talking about third house, which rules the siblings, right? We've got Ceres there. Ceres is the planet of nurturing. Usually it does show a kind of a mother figure. So Venus ruled. Let's have a look where Venus is. Venus is in the second house, which is the house of money. Now, somehow, these two in previous lifetimes had a connection. Probably they were a partner because it's Libra. What I mean by partner, they could be siblings as well. And then one of them suffered a financial loss because of any type of decision, Venus, this person made. There could be an element of greediness going on because look, the closest aspect is going to be an opposition towards Jupiter. So maybe it's something to do with stealing a partner's money, maybe it's spending the siblings' money, and so forth. Maybe stealing the siblings' partner as well for her own benefits. Now, in this lifetime, she needs to learn how to fix that. She needs to be able to share opinions to a larger scale. She needs to be able to help others on an everyday basis. Why? Because the ninth house is ruled by Mars. Now, sixth house is all about nurses. We've got Neptune there, which is again healing. So maybe this, and then we've got Capricorn there, which is a parenting sign. So maybe she needs to be helping young adults to overcome some type of addiction, for instance, or maybe it could be a midwife type of feeling. It could be that she needs to become a nurse, or maybe she needs to become a boss somehow, a leadership, because Capricorn, but something to do with health industry. And maybe we're talking about mental health, because ninth house. But somehow she picked something up from her previous lifetimes with her siblings. Probably she screwed her sibling up. She kind of could have stolen her partner in order for money. And now she is back to be able to, first of all, fix that relationship. Secondly, to help others through their addictions, because probably she was addicted to something. Look, third house ruler is in the second. There's the 12th house from the third. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 12. So she was addicted to money. Now, maybe she's back to work on that addiction. Now, what I know about this person is that she did have, in the first part of their lives, issues with things this lifetime as well. It was something to do with relationship. And now actually she's thinking about maybe getting into healthcare, maybe getting into somehow helping others. But she is working, she has worked all her life in a service industry in mid-management position. And serving food, which could be something to do with the previous lifetime as well, because Venus is in the second house, which is all about starvation and food and storage. So maybe she had, food, and then she didn't share it with the sibling, and then the sibling could have died. Third house is the 12. Second house is the 12 from the third. So that talks about losses. Maybe she lost her life. It's in Virgo, lifestyle, body. So maybe something happened to the body in regards to that. Great. Any questions, guys? I know we've been talking too much, so I'm really trying. I'm sorry. We've been talking for 7 hours. I didn't want to do that, but I managed to speak so much. Oh, thank you, Eva. So to wrap it up a little bit. Oh, I'm very grateful, guys, you being here. I know 7 hours is very, very much. But what I want to say here is that I want to wrap it up with just a couple of tips to what you should be doing. So first of all, get your family charts. Don't worry about if you don't have your, exact time of birth. Have a look at similarities, planetary alignment, and so forth. Modalities, elements, planetary combinations, and so forth. And then that's going to be giving you a tip where you get in some karmic signatures from. Note them down. Another one is, secondly, that's what I would do, pick your south nodes and have a look what you have done in your previous lifetimes. Why are you getting punished in this lifetime? Have a look at the ruler, have a look at the closest aspect, because something is going to be relating to that. The south node is always going to bring you back somehow to your family matters anyway. So, the rulers, we cover the derived houses, so you can see where it might be coming from. Have a look at your sun and the moon position, what you bring in from the father's side, what you bring in from your mother's side. Don't focus so much maybe on Neptune and Uranus at the moment, because I think you need to get the hang of it. You get overall, you get, a picture of what type of karmic experience you had. I'll give you an example. I did tell you the example already that I went for this past life regression, and what I saw is actually, I could see that in my own chart, and I was quite shocked about it. So astrology is a great tool of bringing your inner insecurities on the surface, figuring out where they're coming from, and the way how you want to clear those is completely up to you. I do like family constellation. I do like past life regression. I think actually on the website we've got a couple of good healers there. So for instance, we've got Mary Ann. She's very good at it. I had 2 sessions with her for a particular reason. We swapped readings. So she did some healing, trauma healings in me, and I did some readings for her. And it was amazing. I usually end up crying with these things anyway, so I'm kind of used to it with all my Pisces energy. Okay, so these would be the steps I would be following. And then, get the closest aspect to your moon and the sun. So you're going to be seeing what the father did, what the mother did. You know what? Because sometimes, your dad might have left you. There is a reason for it. And then it might help. 1 second. Yeah, I think you can hear me now. So, your dad might have left you, but there must be a reason for it. Look out for it in your chart. And it might be easier to forgive your dad. And then you make in your life hell loads of easier. So, yeah, let's see if you guys have got any questions before we wrap it up. Thank you very much, everyone. Lovely messages coming from you. I'm working on a book, Jordan. Hopefully I can do that within a year or so. Oh, thank you, Jordan. I'm not really good at writing. You know what? That's the only problem. Not my talents. Have a look at my Mercury in Capricorn. Nahid, I have one son. There are loads of challenging, difficult patterns of circumstances, which I'm sure is karmic. Should I concentrate on my chart or his? And Nahid, I would be concentrating on yours, to be frank. Because somehow you had given him, you know what, it depends when it started, but usually with the kids, the solution is with the parents. So I would be having a look at your chart to see where those, issues might be coming from. Stella asked, when will the recording be available? I'm going to send it out tomorrow because it's midnight here. So I'm going to do that tomorrow. So it's going to be with you by Sunday morning for sure. I'm going to send out the slides as well, and I'm going to be sending out the recording as well. Thank you very much. Guys, any other questions? One thing which we didn't cover and then I planned, but please have a read about it. I think it's quite straightforward. But I broke down the elements a little bit for you. Let me just show you. Here you go. So I brought down the modalities. So you will see if there is a tendency for cardinal elements going on in your chart, which you can see here. There's a little table. Look at that. I've got plenty of fire going on, but I don't have air. Okay, so that's going to be the elemental breakdown. Compare that with your parents or grandparents if they have got the same issue, because then there is something going on with, for instance, air, or maybe, so that's the modality. Maybe air, or what is it? It's going to be something to do with disengaged feelings, fears, nerve, politeness, versatility, reliability, mental problems, and so forth. And you can exactly just do the same with modality as well. You see, I've got enough cardinal, that's quite balanced there. But maybe you've got imbalance going on with a fixed energy, for instance. And have a look what fixed is, holding on to things. This is going to be the main topic. And then the planets are going to be giving you layers to it. I hope that makes sense. Actually, I do need a meal because I'm hungry. Thank you very much, guys. It was a pleasure. North Node in second house of composite chart of a couple. Yeah, we went through that. So focusing on, so now with the North Node in the second house, North Node is what you have to learn, where the hunger is. North Node is the planet of hunger. So you guys need to be working on the more natural type, the natural instincts. Maybe being able to have a naked night, maybe being close to nature, forests, walking on barefoot, and so forth. Or maybe you guys need to be making some type of tangible results of something. Maybe a business, maybe money. Have a look where North Node is, the ruler is, because that's going to be giving you additional information. The sign is going to be indication of how, the planet is what, and the house is going to give you in what area. Okay. I recommend listening to this video, guys, a good 2-3 times. And then you're going to be able to, play around with your own charts. So thank you very much, and I wish you a good night. Have a lovely evening, everyone. Bye-bye.